Hi everyone. Hi Mohans. Congrats on being first. I hope you're doing well. I am a bit tired. My voice is a little bit shot as well because of yesterday. Oh, I can hear myself. That's not good. There we go. I was like, wait, I'm hearing something. I'm not supposed to be hearing something. Better turn that off. Um, but yeah, let me play some more Pathfinder because that is what we're doing. I want to finish this section. That's what happens when you stay up too late. Oh god, it wasn't even that late. But I did want to hang out with people in VC after I came home from the party. So yeah, and we got rid of Camellia for Araru. Yes, we did. We did. I haven't actually looked at what alignment is she. Is she like chaotic good or something?
None shall escape.
Neutral. Okay. Chaotic neutral. So what I am. Nice. I'm sure we'll be great friends. Oh, he ran away. Well then.
No match for me. The light.
You get this one. Okay. So you have point blank shot as well. Very nice. Move action. Sonic succubus. Okay, well, just shoot them.
I will resist.
Nope. Nice. Very nice. Wait, is this one bleeding now? So does the bleed happen at the start of the turn? She can also get spells, but I don't think that she has any spells memorized. Okay. Because if it happens at the start of the turn, well, I guess we'll find out. He has 1 HP. He'll die either way. Whether it's start or end of the turn, might as well check. So, let's see. Freedom of movement. Yeah, let's do a prayer. Okay, you just go over here. They miss. That one's dead. Miss. Miss. It can't get over there. Where's the invisible guy? Can't have gotten that far. We need... I need Woljif. Woljif had to see invisibility stuff. Let's do this.
Rip you apart.
well. Oh no, not start of the turn. Okay. Wait, it didn't happen at all? Now he dies. Because... Okay. Hi, Esther Ghost. I'm doing well, thank you. I hope you've been doing good too. It's been a while. So wait, did he... So it happened after this archer had a turn? Oh, on her turn. Oh, I see. Okay, so the bleed damage happens on her next turn, not on the enemy's turn. On the one that applied the bleed, their turn is when the bleed does damage. Okay. That's good to know. Let's fire.
Prepare yourself.
There we go. And there, you don't have see invisibility or anything, right? No. Okay. Let me actually check. Spell hook. Ah, yeah, she doesn't. Okay. Let's get at least Hurricane Bow, maybe Entangle, an aspect of the Falcon, and then I mean, Spike Growth is pretty good. Do we... I guess Spike Growth and Sickling Entanglements? Sure, I don't know. Where did the invisible wizard go? He just... Where'd he go? I guess we'll just go here and do Light of Angels. Nothing? Okay. Ah. There we go. Found you. Look, there he is, Regil. Go get him. Nice. Miss. Miss. Come on. There we go. Okay. But yeah, as for Ghost, I hope you've had you've been good, you know, since I've last seen you. I've been doing quite well myself. What? Why did it? Okay, well, whatever. I've been doing quite well. I did have a wedding anniversary yesterday, so my aunts and uncles, and I'm tired and my voice kind of half gone. But otherwise I'm good. Other than that, I'm doing pretty good. Okay, so where are we? Okay. So I guess we go over this way. We're currently playing some Pathfinder, which has been pretty fun. Assaulting a city full of demons.
I will defend my dream.
Marilis votary? Who is Marilis? Should I remember Marilis? I'm not sure. Oh, he succeeded.
They'll beg me to stop.
Get him.
Retreat is not an option.
God, the camera is just going crazy.
No look without risk.
Let's hear you cry.
There we go. Oh. Good, patch up the wounded. So wait, did we... Okay. Ooh, 2 scimitars? Oh, they're just +1 scimitars. Never mind, I thought they would be cool. Imagine just having a +1 scimitar instead of having a cool special effects scimitar.
Now you'll make a fine trophy.
Out of my sight.
Run them through.
Well,
Kneel before me.
They will break against our resolve.
Make your peace.
her build is actually very similar to Wenduog's,
This one's mine.
which is interesting.
I will see to your demise.
There we are. Don't need those. You probably still have some +1 scimitars, yep. Anything over this way? Oh, this is the dungeons. Oh, but you can rest here now, or not. Oh yeah, yeah, okay. Which we don't need to necessarily, we could.
Head on! Cut them to pieces!
What's this? A glowing thing?
Precision and grace.
Out of my way!
What's the glowing thing? Oh.
I will resist!
Oh no, just remove paralysis, not.
The light take you.
I guess we'll go fight this one.
Hello there.
Lay! Hi, welcome. I hope you're well. Have you been working more on the D&D stuff? Did you get a lot done yesterday? Don't know about a lot. Fair, fair. A good amount, you know? And as long as you worked on it a little bit, right?
I'll make short work of
Getting some of that bit done is good. Wait, he can reach me? Oh, he's got a spear, right. Okay. That was my own mistake. Compared to nothing, which is how much you usually do, was a lot. Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of measurements you need to do. Like, compared to nothing, it was a lot.
Die!
I did more than nothing, and as such, I did a good job.
Prepare yourself.
Okay.
Into the fray.
Get the demons. Goatman.
They'll beg me to stop.
Wait, it's still not over? Where is... Okay. Oh, there's another dredge. There. Wait. Okay. He was just standing there. Oh my god. How is it not over yet? Oh. Okay.
Hear you cry.
Nope, okay. Not everything yet. Okay. The real enemies are your hubris. Start pressing yourself in the face? No. Why would I do that? Can they show up, please? There you go. Okay. Well, that didn't last for long. Come on, let this be the last one. Yes, okay, finally. Jeez. They just kept coming.
Smile, the world's not ending just yet.
Okay. And let's see what this thing is. A triumphant column erected to honor the angels of heaven who fought and died during the Crusades. Oh, and we can cleanse the corruption, right, okay. I don't think that was actually necessary. But sure.
No match for me. This kill is for you.
Critical for 50? Okay. Rolled 17 on 3d8. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Make your peace.
Out of my sight! Press the attack.
Go, Rachel. Nice. Good crit.
Run them through.
Well then. At least these Crusaders are taking the hits and not me.
Guide my blade.
Why are you shimmering?
I'll rip you apart. I lead, you.
Why are they shimmering like that? Back to lurking I go. Have a good lurk then, they. Oh, mithril chainmail, yeah. Take that. It's worth a lot. Lay has started Graveyard Keeper. I wonder what Lay is doing. I wonder. I don't judge you, it's fine, I'm just... Your body's the very fair. Don't we all? Don't we all? One might be not yours if you're not careful. Fine.
Close ranks.
You were feared? I mean, it didn't... Oh, right, because... The mounts... Yeah, okay. I should have checked the mounts. I was checking the characters, but I should have checked the mounts.
No glory
Well...
without risk.
He's on the ground. And he's going to die.
No match for me.
Or not? Nope, he's dead.
Move out.
Can we loot this, please? I want loot. Okay, so what is this? The tavern? Ooh, maybe we can get something to drink while invading this fort. Do you think the demons have, like, some strong alcohol?
We are the light. They are the darkness.
I will see to
It's
your
either us
demise.
or them.
Into the fray. Ah!
Doo-doo.
I will resist.
Light of Angels. Over this way.
The light. Take you.
How can you not?
I'll rip you apart.
Oh, you saved. Nice.
Prepare yourself.
You can't hit from there, that's fine. Regil, you can't move. Sela can't move, but she's right there, so...
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Annoying. Wait, do we actually... Yeah, we took -3. This is entangled. You took -3. And you took -3, okay.
They'll beg me to stop.
I do think that also gets recovered when you have a
Desna,
rest,
guide my
right?
hand.
I'm pretty sure.
Let's hear you cry.
Come on, Crusaders, you've got this. Gang up on him. Get him.
Into the fray.
Oh my god. Can you stop it with the mirror image? You bastard. Wait, how much damage did you do? 15 damage. Okay, 15 to a lot of people.
Make your peace.
There we go. Okay.
Run them through.
Nice. The Crusaders did a thing. Imagine. Well, one of them died afterwards, but that's... it happens. It happens. I'll pick.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Fracturing Battle Axe, pretty good. Oh, these are just babaos, actually. I am... oh! Steel key. You know what? We'll take a short rest. Once a traitor, always a traitor. Treachery is feebleness of purpose. It is in the blood. You still think you can judge me when I have the commander's trust? You've gone too far, gnome. They don't like each other. I don't know why. No idea why. They're both evil, surely they would like each other, right? I think that's how it works. Definitely. Where is it? Okay, long spears, just drop those. Oh, it's good. How did you even get in here? You're huge. Did you go through the roof? Did they build the building around you? I don't... How did you get in here? It doesn't make any sense. Hmm. Okay, well,
Prepare yourself.
miss. Let me actually check what he has. Well, he's huge. I could see that. Wait, he has a sorcerer level? Interesting. 27 AC. Immune to electricity. Dispel magic. Mirror image. Confusion powered stun. Okay. Doesn't seem too bad. 25 spell resistance. Very annoying and some damage reductions, but...
I'll rip you apart.
Oh wait, you're not... Where's Sela? Oh, Sela's up there, okay. Saddle up.
The light, take you!
Why does it not
The inheritor, guide my blade!
smite? Am I not mounted either? Of course I'm not. Because we rested, and apparently that just cancelled out everything. Okay.
Retreat is not an option.
It's fine. Two people with high AC are up there.
Precision.
And grace.
Mirror image, as expected.
Desna, guide my hand.
Okay.
They'll beg me to stop.
That's basically all of mirror image.
No glory without risk! Out of my way!
There we go. Nice. We knocked him on the floor. Get wrecked.
Kneel before me.
Okay, you know what? Bone shaker. Might as well try. Failed. Oh well. There we go. Oh my god. Okay, attacks of opportunity. Oh, let me actually... I forgot my camera. Whoop. Over to this side. There we go. So I crit immediately for 32 damage. Sela crit him as well for 32 damage. Then my dog attacked it for 26 damage. Mahans did 4. Reginald attacked it for 26 and it died. So... yeah. Great. Belt of physical might +2 and an alchemist shirt. Strength and constitution. You can have this. Oh wait, you have the... oh right. Mahon's... Here you go. You can have this then. And who wants Constitution? I guess you can have some Constitution. There we go. That was actually really easy.
Head on!
I guess that's what happens when the enemy falls on the floor and has to take attacks of opportunity from like 5 things. Oh wait, there was loot. I missed the loot.
I lead, you follow.
It wasn't much, but still. Can't just leave without the loot. Okay, so do we... So this seems quite precarious, and I think that just goes up to the wall, which we've already done. Where is the church, though? The temple. Yeah, I didn't go there, did I? Because I did kill everything, but I don't think I went inside, which is very silly. Okay.
I'll make short work of this.
Not this Shadow Demon Votary again.
No match for me. Die!
Kill him. Nope, okay.
The light, take you!
Make your peace. I'll rip you apart!
Out of my sight.
Miss. Well, he's dead anyway.
Here you are!
Rely on me.
It's so nice knowing that whenever I get a turn, usually they just die.
Fools!
Or at least I will hit them. With nearly 100% chance accuracy.
They'll beg me to stop!
He has a lot of health. Oh no, wait, Did the first couple of hits just do nothing? Did he have like bonus HP or something? Because I did more than that amount of damage. Here we go. On the floor.
Into
On the floor with you. It's such a strong combo.
You'll make a fine trophy. Prepare yourself.
Move out.
Oh. Armor of Dispersion and Cloak of Blood Sense. Blood Sense? Whenever the wearer of this cloak resistance +2 is under a rage effect, they gain a +2 attack bonus on attack rolls against wounded enemies. Okay. I don't have anyone who rages right now, but that's pretty good. And the armor... is this one? Medium armor hide. Each time an enemy confirms a critical hit against the wearer of this +2 hide armor, that enemy is affected by the equivalent of the Dispel magic spell. Interesting. That could be very annoying. Hi Combat! I hope you're doing well.
Damn. It's just not my lucky day.
The demons did their best to destroy all traces of the worship of the good gods they loathe. Okay, and this is probably to get rid of corruption again.
Head on.
I'm doing good, Combat, thank you. I'm tired, but good, and my voice is a little bit
Pay attention.
shot. Turns out with a party when there's loud music
Is
involved,
there more?
it's you kind of have to speak up, and my voice did not like that.
The struggles
Who
never
knew?
cease. I finished here. Is there more?
Have you not
Fine,
recovered
it's
from
useful
dancing?
time.
I have. I have.
Do not waver.
Somewhat.
Desna, guide my hand.
Luckily my shoes were pretty good. Like, considering I got them the day before,
Out of my way.
like, it went pretty well. Because sometimes new shoes and walking on them for like hours is not a good combination. But it went pretty well. It went pretty well. My feet do not hurt so much.
They will break against our resolve.
Fragile. Nice. Just go straight for this one. Okay.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
Make your peace.
Miss. Miss. Well, they're trying. Nope. Okay.
This one's fine.
Well, they're not very good at trying,
Rip you apart.
but they're trying.
Here you fall.
Loot everything. This place is bigger than I thought. Oh, a Triceratops statuette. Once per day, this statuette allows the owner to summon a temporary Triceratops animal companion if the owner doesn't have an animal companion. It uses the owner's character level -4 as the effective druid level. Nice. Who wants the Triceratops? You know what? How big is the Triceratops?
Tell me.
So how long does that last? It says temporary, but how long is temporary?
Your orders, Commander.
There we go. Yay! Oh, he's... Oh, it's amazing. There we go. Yeah, that's why I put it on Regil. Okay. Bismuth, level 4. It's just animal companion. It doesn't have a specific path. No spells, that makes sense. I guess you don't really put stuff on this, or does it, like, how does it keep the items you put on it? How does that work? It's a very good boy, though. Or girl? I don't know. I guess Bismuth sounds more like a boy's name, but who knows?
Defend my dream.
Okay.
I will resist.
Ooh, that was a good crit. That was a good crit.
Precision
And
Another one?
They'll beg me to stop.
How do you... Okay. Why did you roll 2 1s in a row, Windwag?
Run them through.
Okay.
No glory without risk.
These are... Staggered, yeah. You're still staggered. Okay. So is that it? I think. That's basically it. Rigel? Rigel? Okay. How are you opening it from up there? How do you... Magic. Magic. Okay. It's fine. It's just magic. Right. Let's save and then go in.
The mortals are slaughtering us. How can this be?
How can it be indeed?
Stop talking. Fight.
One blow of a monstrous fist turns the head of the demon into a bloody pulp. I think that wasn't just the head. That looked like just the entire demon. You know?
There! That's what happens to cowards! Get it together, you maggots, and we'll destroy them!
Oh, hi, Nura. What a surprise that you're on the demon side. Oh wait, I already suspected things.
Quiet. Don't make me mad.
There they are! There they are! They're coming!
Oh. I mean, that's a 50-50 shot. Think about it, who are you more afraid of, him or me? Oh. Rolled an 18. Get wrecked, demons. The demons look at their leader, then at you, and back at him again. Their knees are visibly shaking.
We're finished!
Oh, they're running. Bye.
Stop, you carrion. You think I'm not going to find you? Death to the mortals!
Not like the babows were gonna do anything much anyway, but still. Oh, here he comes. Dispel magic. Fine. That's like I didn't have much magical effects going on anyway.
Into the fray.
Okay, Darren. If you bless, you will bless everyone except for Sela. Let's do a bless. Knock him on the ground. Actually, what is the... What is the thingy? What's it called? Where can I see what I need to roll to... Oh, CMB, right? Or... CMD? CMD. 49. I feel like I might not be able to hit that. I have a good bonus, but I think I don't quite have enough. Okay.
It's the attack!
Huh? Okay. I don't know why it froze like that. When do I... This is a bit very awkward for the camera because it keeps having to go over the gate. Miss. Come on. Dominate monster. Okay, the Canobus Crusaders dominated. That's fine.
The inheritor. Guide my blade.
Darren, get a bit closer, and then we do a prayer. There we go. We failed. Ooh. Oh, we can actually do it because we get a plus 29. If I roll a 20, I can knock him on the ground, which is hilarious. It probably won't happen, but it would be very funny.
It's not an option.
Because he would instantly die. Trying to get back up. Come on, Crusaders, you've got this. Just roll a 20 and hit him. No? Nope. Nope. Oh, okay. Well, they're gone. GG, I guess. Oh wait, one of them lives. Barely, but he lives. The little crusader that could.
Let's hear you cry.
Oh,
Lie down. Die.
Willida says hello. Sweet dreams, demon.
what?
You and Willowdust will regret this. I'll find you and shove
Who's
your
this guy?
entrails down your
Why did he run in and just got...
Dagger was supposed to kill him on the spot.
What the... Greybor? Well, let me just take all your potions. You're not gonna need them anymore.
Onwards.
A dark-haired dwarf, panting, shoots you a look filled with indignation and disappointment. However, he manages to compose himself and his voice sounds polite, if a little morose. Greetings. Funny meeting anyone here. Who are you? Greybor. Elite assassin. I'm a professional who hunts down the most dangerous prey of all. As you can see, sometimes orders bring me to very unusual places. Okay, why did you attack the demon? The dwarf casts an angry look at the spot where his victim was just standing, but composes himself and tries to answer politely. I've been paid for his head. Were you really going to kill a Baelor with a dagger? Your words vex the dwarf, eyes blazing with irritation. He answers you in a stern and hostile tone. I'd think again before laughing at me and questioning my incompetence. Clearly the dagger was charmed. It was supposed to take Darazan's life almost instantly, but the one who gave me that weapon bungled things somehow, and my quarry was able to escape. Damn it. I'm not laughing at you, I'm admiring you. That was a spectacular entrance. There you go, yeah. I mean, I love chaotic stuff, right? Just a guy showing up with a dagger, trying to stab a demon. What's not to like? Who's your client? I'm afraid that's confidential. As a professional, I am obliged to keep my client's name a secret. Want to know more about you? The dwarf seems surprised. You like chatting in the heat of battle, do you? Apologies, but I prefer conversing in calmer settings. Maybe we can talk after the fight if you survive. No time for chatting. The dwarf shrugs and takes a long pipe out of his pocket. Apparently the chaos around you doesn't stop him from enjoying some fine tobacco. I'm not sure you have anywhere to rush to. The gates are blocked and it would take you an eternity to clear the rocks away. It's unlikely you'll be going any further than this courtyard for the foreseeable future. The dwarf permits him a dramatic pause. Unless you're sane enough to enter with a small number of companions. There are several passages to the fortress in the walls, meant for archers, but they're all bottlenecks. If all your soldiers try to rush in there, the demons will slaughter them. But a small group of skilled warriors stands a chance. If they climb the wall and enter the fortress, relying on their wit and their skills. Well, we are a small group of companions that has those skills, you know? Weapon finesse? No? Why would I take this? Okay, because I use scimitars. I can do cleave. Oh god, there's a lot here, isn't there? Lunge. Okay. Persuasive. Honestly, Shake It Off is a pretty good one to get. But I'm also gonna get a teamwork feat anyway, so it seems a bit weird to get that. Two weapon fighting, Vital Strike. Thunder armor. I am not sure what I'm going for here. I can get increased AC for shields, which is not bad. But I'm not the one getting attacked anyway, it's my dog. So it's not that great. I actually have no idea. Maybe blind fights? Every time you miss because of concealment, you can re-roll the miss chance percentile roll one time to see if you actually hit. An invisible attacker gets no advantages related to hitting you in melee. I mean, that seems pretty good. I think I'm going for that. And then we can get coordinated maneuvers, which is pretty good. Or Shake It Off. I think coordinated maneuvers right now. Actually, wait, can I not get this? I can't get this because I don't have trip. How would I get trip though? It's a feat? Wait, trip is a feat? Where is it? Oh, I need to be smart. Well, not happening. Not happening. Honestly, Shake It Off is probably better overall. Coordinate maneuvers is good, but just having a bonus to saving throws is quite a bit better overall. Resist energy communal. I'll get Call Lightning because why not? Okay, that level up Took a little bit longer than intended. I mean, I can't really cast it anyway. You just keep being a Hell Knight. I don't really mind. Piranha Strike, sure. Weapon training. Improved critical. Your threat range is doubled, which means, as far as I'm aware, that she would get a critical on a 17, or at least threaten a critical on a 17. Which is pretty good. Bonus from bravery to all will saving throws. All of the fighter's allies are treated as if they had the same teamwork feats as the fighter for the purpose of determining whether the fighter receives a bonus from his teamwork feats. His allies do not receive any bonuses from these feats, unless they actually have the feats themselves. Does she have any teamwork? Doesn't look like it. I mean, it would be pretty good. Ooh, higher initiative though. I'm just gonna do armed bravery. Bonus from bravery to all will saving throws. Wait, so what is bravery? How does that... Bonus from bravery. Is that something that I'm just not familiar with? Oh, this. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. So just a +2 to all will saves rather than just against fear. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay. We get a mercy. Improved critical, why not? For longsword. Mercy. Exhausted. There we go. And then you get that spell focus necromancy. Okay. Sure. Protection from alignment communal, pretty good. Delay poison communal and death ward. Okay, seems good. You get evasion. Improved critical longbow. Why is that not recommended? Why is that not recommended? Interesting. Whatever. I'm fine with it. Okay. So... How are we going to get up there? Fight for me. I'm not sure you can afford my services, and right now you would be better off with a unit of infantry than an expensive loner like me. Okay. Fair. An expensive loner, huh? I guess we go... Oh, we go up here. I see. We go up this way. Here we are. Anything that I missed here? Nah. Nothing important, at least. Oh, my throat really hurts. Well, it's not hurts, it's just sore. It's not as bad as I'm talking about.
Over there.
I finished here. Is there more?
Oh. What? Oh, okay. I have no idea what that was about.
None shall escape.
Right, okay. Demonic spirits haunt the walls of the dungeon. After every 10 minutes spent in the dungeon, non-chaotic evil creatures must succeed at a DC 14 will save to resist taking 2 points of charisma damage. Okay. Every 10 minutes. Okay. I'll have to keep that in mind.
Run them through.
Well, that guy is gone.
Make your peace.
I'll rip you apart.
Wait. Oh no, Bismuth. Bismuth is less charismatic. No. So sad. There is a way to get rid of it. I mean, it's not really a problem, is it? Like, what happens if you hit 0? Do you die? Oh, okay, yeah. But it's Bismuth. We can resummon Bismuth, that's fine. And no one has... Well, actually, when the walk is, yeah. Okay, Wenduog is the only one at risk here, really. I also don't know why... Because it's supposed to be every 10 minutes. Why did Bismuth already have to save there? Why did that happen?
I'll make short work of this.
Mahons, no. You rolled a 1. What's your charisma? Okay, you have 4 still. You had 6.
No mercy for the wicked.
Okay, well, my dog saved, which is very good.
Out
I'm
of
just
my
gonna walk
way.
over there. There we go.
I will resist. I finished here. Is there more?
No. Much looting to be had. Uh-oh. Oh. Yaniel. An old woman, half-elf by her appearance, hangs limp in the shackles. Her head is slumped down to her chest, and strands of dirty grey hair cover her face. Her rags don't conceal the poor woman's horrible condition. Her body is covered in old scars and fresh wounds. A piece of flesh has been torn from her left leg, and there are numerous fang marks on her arms. Her right wrist appears to have been gnawed, and the hand has withered. It's hard to believe that life still lingers in such a mutilated body, but the woman raises her head with effort. Clear blue eyes stare back at you from under grey eyelashes. Crusaders? Here. I thought I was delirious when I heard the sounds of battle. After so many years, are we really retaking Drezen? How did you end up here? My name won't mean anything to you. It's been so many years. My name is Yaniel. No, I do know your name, actually. I do know your name. I used to be a knight of the Citadel when Drezen was still a proud crusader stronghold. On the day Drezen fell, I was covering the refugee retreat. Alas, I was taken alive by the spawns of the Abyss as they flooded the city. Ever since then, I've been locked up here, within the walls that were once my home, now a prison and a torture chamber. The woman drops her head heavily to her chest. Yaniel? Why, that name is remembered throughout Mendef to this day. Friends, we are in the presence of a living legend. Or rather, a half-living one. Sila can't hold back an astounded yelp. You've been in the dungeon since the day Drezen fell, sister? But that's over 70 years. I'm impressed by your resilience, knight. I wonder if I would keep my mind in self-control after so many years of torture. It's a serious question. Are you feeling quite well, Paralector? That's an awfully bold confession of you for you. The note pays no attention to the Asimar's barbed comment. Yaniel herself. You don't know me, although I didn't mind meeting you, but I went to your memorial service. It was painful for everyone, but your memory brought people together. Many say we can't give up, because Yaniel didn't give up until the end. So all this is not in vain. Only, I thought you were younger. Well, Finian, it's been 70 years. You are not forgotten, Yaniel. Your comrades spread word of your heroism. You are still honored among the Crusaders. I would ask how that could possibly help me now, but it would be wrong, wouldn't it? All our lives we are told that memory is better than oblivion, and respect is better than scorn. It will be interesting to feel like a hero everyone admires and holds up as an example. The woman smiles strangely. You saw Drezen before its fall in the Sword of Valor in the days of the First Crusade? Oh yes, I saw it all. The woman smiles a strange smile. The walls of the citadel seemed indestructible like mountains, but they were not Drezen's true defenses. The sword was. It alone weakened the demons and stopped them from teleporting here freely. It gave the defenders here hope. So it was until the ambitious and arrogant young Staunton brought the city to ruin. He stole the banner and doomed Drezen to fall. Staunton was once a strong fighter, the bane of demons, but he became the executioner of his comrades. Such things happen. I have seen this Staunton, a spineless weakling he is. It wasn't his arrogance that led him to ruin, it was his weakness and willingness to lick the boots of anyone who demanded it. Do you know where the Sword of Valor is? The woman closed her eyes. I feel its presence. Even now, when the sword is weak and dormant, it is near, in this very citadel. There's a passage from my prison to it. Keep going through the dungeon and you'll find the banner. Why did the demons do all this to you? The woman closes her eyes and speaks pensively, in a measured, introspective manner. The demons, if you think about it, they're interesting creatures. They appeared when mortal souls touch the fabric of the abyss, and they always carry it with them, the imprint of humanity. It is distorted but was visible. You might expect entirely inhuman thought and action from the spawn of the plane of primal chaos, but in fact they are often mundane and relatable. And one of their manifestations of this deep humanity is the demon's love of trophies. I am one such trophy, a living reminder of the day that they washed over the strongest crusader fortress like a tidal wave and turned it into their den. I'll help you. Okay, it looked like we hit her. What? Why did we do it again? Why did we actually... I think my dog tried to bite her. Bad dog. You shouldn't bite the crusader that's been here for 70 years. That would probably kill her. The freed woman leans heavily against the wall. Thank you. After so many years. Finally. I have to go. Stay here and wait for help. My people will find you when the city has been freed. There we go. Yeah, my dog actually attacked her. You can't do damage apparently. But... like the dog actually attacked her. Why? But why though? All I said was break the shackles. Nice.
Pay attention.
Ooh, a karma?
Head on.
Wait, don't we have the Radiance with us? We do. Isn't that the annual sword? Yeah. I guess now is not the time to bring it up, maybe?
I lead, you follow.
Please, allow me. I'm glad I was useful to you.
Sneak attack.
Kneel before me. This one's mine.
Get the archer. Nice.
Let's hear you cry. Into the fray.
Out of my sight.
They'll beg me to stop.
Prepare yourself.
option.
Run them through.
Nice.
Over there.
Apparently that's traps.
I've embarrassed myself.
Oh.
I've finished here. Is there more? I've finished here. Is there more?
Outband of mental flow. Uh-oh. Oh, that's the banner. Okay. We found the banner. We do have to get to it though. +2 enhancement bonus to intelligence and charisma. Ooh. I mean, I could give this to someone who is about to die because of the charisma, what's it called? Charisma damage?
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Onward.
Okay. Save again, open the door. Oh, hi, Mr. Minotaur.
In your blood. Out of my way.
Bye, Minotaur.
No glory without risk.
Oh, actually he lives.
No match for me.
Well, not for long, but still.
I shall not be swayed from my path. I've finished here. Is there more?
There's some stairs. Derek Knoll. Who is this?
Pay attention.
We are the light. They are the darkness.
Desna, guide my hand.
Well, whoever this guy is, he's not going to live for very long.
Cry.
Joey! Welcome! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Also Salim, thank you for the raid, for the follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi Twitchy, hi Joey, hi Asif as well. Guy Commander. How was your stream? What were you doing? You were just chatting? Nice! How did it go? Was it a shitty stream? I doubt it. Joey streams are always great.
Kneel before me.
The inheritor.
We are currently trying to take over a fortress from the demons. Joey ended the stream as you showed up. Oh yeah, that would suck. That would suck. Let's see. We can do this.
Make your peace.
And then this
Run them
Zarek
through.
Null. Nice, there you go.
They'll beg me to stop.
Need to grab some lunch because you're out this afternoon. Oh, I'll have a good lunch and good luck with the rest of your day, Joey. I hope it all goes well.
I will see
And thank
to
you
your
again for the
demise.
raid. Also, yes, we have a Triceratops, in case you haven't noticed. We have a gnome riding a Triceratops, because of course we do. Very standard stuff.
I will resist.
Can you just...
Out of my way!
You had 3 dwarves riding one in Undermountain, so why not? Oh yeah, exactly.
Rip you apart!
But now we have 3 people riding things. So we have a gnome on a Triceratops, we have me on my dog, and we have Sela on her horse, who still doesn't know how to actually ride a horse. Because, I mean, you can... I don't know what kind of position this is, because it's not... It doesn't look good. Just... I don't know what she's doing. It's like she's... Her body is... Did she break her back? Is that what's happened? I don't know. Because her torso is pointing down, just as her legs are, but then her arms are coming out, holding the reins. It can't be comfortable, exactly. It's not great. It does that a lot. It doesn't seem to know how people ride, like horses and things. The game is a little bit silly like that. But of course we loot this place entirely. Old ragged books and rare languages on the shelf. Some of them are bound in leather. Okay. What's this? The wall in this place looks fragile. Stench is coming through the tiny cracks. Okay, I guess we'll try to break this. Okay, that was really bad. Like, oh my god. So failing that actually killed Bismuth, kind of. Can we unsummon
Why are my counsel
Bismuth?
wise?
So wait, where was my save? Oh, I didn't save in between. Oh my god.
Speak with your actions, not your words.
How can I de-summon? No, okay, I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine for now. Wait, does the failing just not allow me to try again? I can't even try again. What the hell, game? Just because I rolled a 4. Do I have to do that fight again? I have to do the fight again. Oh well. I'm not gonna, like, let that just happen. It's not like the fight lasted long at all, anyway. This is kind of why I don't like those DC checks where it's like, oh, you failed.
Your blood!
I guess you take a bunch of damage for no reason. It's like, what? But why?
Retreat is not an option. Kneel before me.
I will resist.
It's not no reason. It is though, because the only reason I take damage is because I rolled a 4. Yeah, I mean, being incompetent at rolling randomly is not a good reason. That's all I'm saying.
They'll beg me to stop.
Out of my sight.
Because it's not something you can become good at, necessarily.
Into the fray. Yeah.
This one's mine.
Oh, he's gone.
Press the attack.
Prepare yourself.
Let's hear you cry. Next.
Okay, well, these are actually dying very quickly. This fight is going better than the last time. Okay. Looting everything again. Okay, this time before we actually try it, I'm gonna do a quick save. See, and then it's no problem. Then I roll a 16.
I sense something.
Okay, there's a sarcophagus. And it says kill vampire when I hover over it.
Everything demonic in me.
Interesting.
But Desna, please allow me to keep my lovely, irresistibly beautiful wings. I'm glad I was useful to
Ooh.
you.
A looting target. Let me see. A looting target. +2 buckler grants its wielder +2 dodge bonus to AC against attacks with two-handed weapons. Interesting. Does anyone... Not really. Don't really use bucklers. You have... Like, I have a heavy shield and she has a heavy shield. So, yeah. We all know if there's a sarcophagus, there's undead in it. Might as well get right to it. Yeah. I mean, I'm taking his stuff first.
Over there.
Well, apparently they died. And we're taking their rapier. Called a Tender Touch. While you're wielding this +2 necrotic rapier, whenever you cast the vampiric touch spell, it deals 1d8 damage instead of 1d6. Okay. And necrotic deals an additional 1d6 points of negative energy damage on successful hit. That's a pretty good rapier. That is a pretty good rapier. So we didn't even have to roll to kill the vampire, which is interesting. You would think that that would require a roll, but no. Turns out, oh. Glowing corpse.
Finished here. Is there more?
The pain and fear of the people who died here are powering an evil magic, which fills the citadel with whispers of magic. You already basically killed the vampire. Oh, the guy was the vampire. Right. Right. That makes sense. The remains of the unknown warrior exude a holy aura. His death at the hands of demons was a martyr's death. Ooh. Well.
Move out.
A fervent whispering is concentrated around this stone. A multitude of voices whisper prayers to several gods at once, both the perished and the living. A crude inscription is carved on the stone. Pray with us, it reads. Fervent whispering is concentrated around the stone. A multitude of voices speak several ancient languages at once. A crude inscription is carved on the stone. Talk to us, it reads. And fervent whispering, a multitude of voices whisper spells of dispel and banishment magic, pronouncing them erratically, halting and then trying again. A crude inscription is carved on the stone. Repeat after us. Okay, so we need knowledge world, knowledge arcana, or lore religion. What do we have here? So we have plus 12 knowledge, or plus 13 actually with knowledge world. Plus 16 knowledge arcana. And religion plus 12. Okay, plus 12. So the religion, I'm not sure about this. Let's try the knowledge world first.
See? I'm indispensable.
Okay, we rolled a 16. Good. Arcana.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
We rolled a natural 20. Now I'm afraid of the religion because we rolled high twice. So... Nope.
Well,
I will defend my dream.
Okay. There's now a specter. It was a 7, a 1, then an 8, a 10, and 18. Okay, so...
Jasna, guide my hand.
Can we try again? Nope. Okay, we failed again. Oh my god, okay. We need to roll a 15 or higher.
No match for me.
I mean, it's not
Make your
too much of a problem because we can keep killing the ghosts that spawn. Unless... Wait, why are we in battle again? Oh, there's another one.
I will resist.
I will see to your demise.
I'll rip you apart.
There you go. Wait, there's more though.
well, that do not fear.
Come on.
Do not hurt her.
Oh, there keep being more specters whenever we fail.
They'll beg me to stop.
Oh no, stupid level drain.
Prepare yourself.
I might have to reload the save.
Out of my way.
Retreat is not an option.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
No match for
Okay.
me.
Well,
Oh my god. Why can we not succeed at all? Wait, we rolled a 16 that time. So I don't understand why we haven't been able to do it yet. Because this, I imagine this would get rid of the charisma stuff, right? That I keep having to deal with. These whispers of madness.
A bright future awaits
Wait,
us.
do I not have
Missed me already.
guidance?
Rely on me. Damn,
Oh,
not my lucky day.
oh, why can we not do it?
They'll beg me to stop.
I will resist.
And you get negative levels again.
It is not an option.
Oh, that's so annoying. I just... This is one of those things that really annoys me. When it's just random chance. Where it's like, you can deal with this, but you need to roll high. Otherwise, you're kind of screwed. Or you need to have a character with you that has high religion. Because otherwise you're screwed.
We will win this war.
And then even if I give her guidance, it's still not good enough. Because it's only a +1.
No reason to pause. Call me again.
Finally! Oh, okay. And then you roll a natural 20. Okay, well...
Let's have some fun.
We did it.
Die!
Now you compliment me on my rolling skills. Yeah, after having to reload like 3 times, 4 times. Such good rolling skills. Wait, was there much more over here? Or was that just... Oh, no, we were just overlooking it, right.
I will resist.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
Die, demons.
Retreat is not an option.
Get them, Rachel. Okay. You're in vain. Wait. Is that Staunton's brother? Yeah. Compared to the deplorable state the city is in, this room is remarkably clean and orderly. Its simple furnishings look solid and made to last. A man you met in Canabras is standing by the anvil. Blacksmith Joran Vane. On seeing you, he raises his bushy grey brows in surprise. So this is who's been making all the noise around here. Well, come on in, have a seat. I could hear the ringing of your anvil from my cell. I thought the only things being forged in the demon-controlled city of Drezen would be chains and spikes for cruel torture. but the music of your forge never seemed evil to me. Thanks for the kind words. You must have good ears if you heard my forge all the way from the dungeons. And you must be the treacherous demoness Staunton was talking about. Well, nice to meet you. If paladins go over to the demon side, there must be demons going over to the paladin side, or it wouldn't be fair, would it? Is Staunton here? Where else could he be? Not in Cadabras, that's for sure. The dwarf gives you a reproachful look. Of course, he's done things in the past, but the Crusaders just never cut him any slack. He tried for a decade to atone for what he did, then two decades, then 3, half a century, and they still treated him like dirt. So my brother lashed out. He did a bad thing, sure, but who wouldn't in his place? He's not made of stone or copper, even if he's a dwarf. Well, still, like, I get the whole thing, but that doesn't excuse his actions. That crazy eyeless hag with horns, she got into his head. Demons are like that, you know. They can tempt. Among the Crusaders, my brother was the lowest of the low. But here he commands power and respect, and he doesn't think of the cost. Bjorn waves his hand, clearly vexed. Every betrayer has their own sub-story to excuse their actions, and each one thinks they are different from the rest, that they alone should be understood and shown mercy. I'm sick of hearing it. No, I'm not making excuses for him. My brother is a dum-dum, and he'll get his. I'm not talking about mercy either. It's just sad it ended up this way. If everything turned out differently, maybe you'd be storming Drezen with you right now. Until today, Yanya was kept and tortured here. She was the hero of the First Crusades and your friend. How could Staunton stand by and let that happen? What? The dwarf seemed stunned. We thought Yanya was dead. My brother mourned her death as much as the fall of Drezen. She couldn't be here. My brother would have known, and he would have done something. Go and talk to her if you don't believe me. Euron looks at you heavily for a while. I have to choose whether I believe you or trust everything I know and love about my brother. I'll choose the latter. Staunton wouldn't allow Daniel to be treated cruelly, and it means you're either lying or mistaken. Or Staunton didn't know. That's the third option. You may have noticed lately that your brother has changed somewhat. Befriending demons leaves its mark. I fear his personal moral standards may have dropped. If I had to be more precise, I'd say they're currently hovering somewhere around the level of the abyss. I don't believe it. The demons are bad enough, but Staunton torturing Daniel? Listen, I know my brother. I know how low he has fallen, but that simply isn't possible. What are you doing here? What I do everywhere. I forge metal. Everyone can fight, right? Breaking, destroying, anyone you ask, they're ready to do it. Creating things, on the other hand, that takes a little extra neck. How did you get here? Well, you know, my brother's here. You know him, Staunton? Yes, I know. There's a noose waiting for him in Cadabras for treason. I told him not to get involved with that crazy woman, but when did he ever listen to me? The horned wench promised him heaps of gold and he believed her. So he came here with her. He's some sort of military leader here. But there's no one to lead except for all sorts of vermin. And to everyone he's a traitor worse than a Relu. But to me, he's still my brother. I couldn't leave him, bad lot that he is. I followed him, tried to talk him out of it, but it didn't work. He wouldn't listen. Now I've taken up here, working like I do. We're storming Drezen. We've nearly conquered our city. You're free. Hi, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Am I? The blacksmith shakes his head and shows you his hands. See for yourself. I'm not wearing any shackles. What keeps me here is stronger than chains. It's called brotherly love. And you can't free me from it. Even Staunton himself couldn't break it, no matter how hard he tried. So it turns out that I'm stuck here. Where my silly brother goes, I go. You two brothers deserve each other. I don't know what's worse, being stunned in vain or laying down your life for stunned in vain. The blacksmith makes a helpless gesture. Oh well, everyone has it rough now. That's just the way it is. I might have been stupid following my brother, but sometimes people have this thing called principles. And when they're put to the test, it doesn't matter if it's smart or stupid. It only matters if you sacrifice them or you don't. I have to go. I'm not gonna attack him. Wait. Your cause is good, and I like ya. But blood is thicker than water. Of course, Staunton is wholly to blame, and his sentence is fair, but a brother's a brother, and I won't let anyone kill him. You have to kill me first. I respect principles. It will be an honor for me to kill you. Maybe together we can convince him to change his mind. I seriously doubt that, but let me go for the chaotic one. You aren't your brother. Why should you die for his crimes? If you don't understand, there's no point in explaining. You might think differently, but that's how it is. A brother's responsible for a brother, and we don't abandon each other. You want to kill one brother, you have to go through the other one. The thought of you going to your grave wallowing in your own self-righteousness is enough to turn my stomach. I do so regret that we did not kill Staunton first. I should have liked to see your reaction, Smith. Be a good sport, die whimpering, knowing that your brother was the demon's plaything, and that you were the hypocrite who helped him. You'll both make a fine feast for the worms, at least. Joran bears his weapon. Enough talk. Words can't change what happens next. Defend yourself. Well,
That boring after all.
I guess we're fighting him. How long does this take?
No match for me.
He's got a good shield. Good armor class, if you will. Let's bless each other. And then Reg will go at him. Okay.
Let's hear you cry.
We're having a lot of trouble hitting him, actually.
To the fray.
Eagle Soul. +2 AC, +4 strength. He's got 36 AC. Bark Skin, Archon's Aura. Crazy. Only 13 touch AC. This is true. This is true.
Prepare yourself.
Okay.
I'll rip you apart.
Not bad. Do you have a touch attack, actually? Don't think you do. Not really. Okay. Okay, that didn't work either.
This one's mine.
I mean, he's almost gone.
Run them.
There we go. Ooh. Solemn Hour. Oh, this is Irba's sword? The Sword of Light Steel has no adornments except for a small symbol of Iomade on its hilt, surrounded by the words, "Spare us from evil in this solemn hour." A Bane weapon excels against certain foes, +2 bonus, and deals 2d6 points of damage. extra against evil outsiders. Pretty good. Pretty good.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Heavy pick. Okay, and then he must have had some good stuff as well. He's got a ring of protection. Wait, where did that go? Oh, this one. There we go. I guess you can have a ring of protection. Does that stack? It does. Okay. What was the other stuff he had? +1 Warhammer, Tower Shield, and +1 Breastplate. Okay, so nothing super amazing, which is too bad. The air in the forge is heavy with a supernatural power coming from the anvil. The heat that pulses through the forge is not the heat of an ordinary fire. Oh, hello Minotaur. I'm still pretty much threading the needle, yes. I keep going, I'm very chaotic, but I'm going between like good and evil constantly. You can see this. So I make good choices and then make some evil choices, good choices, evil choices, and I keep bouncing around like this. Yeah, lawful evil, lawful good, neutral evil, chaotic neutral. It's a very lovely party to be around. Just legit pure chaotic, yeah. Very, very chaotic. Wait, what are you trying to do, Hive?
I will defend
Oh.
my dream.
Oh, hi Minotaur. Am I eating faces chaotic? No. No, I'm not.
The light take you!
I'm not that chaotic.
Out of my way!
I'm not like crazy chaotic, okay? I'm just a little bit what's it called?
They'll beg me to stop.
I go my own way. Erratic, yeah, sure, that's a good word for it.
Guide my hand.
Sometimes you feel like one thing and then you feel like another thing.
Head on!
And go my own way. Exactly.
I finished here. Is there more?
I found something.
There's some conjurers
I finished here.
around the
there
circle. Oh! What's going on here? What is... What? What did I walk in on?
No glory without risk.
Make your peace.
I'll do another ritual with the blasphemer's heart as the sacrifice. Okay, Coruscant. So we stopped the ritual, I guess, by killing some of the conjurers. And apparently she didn't like it. She didn't like that. I don't know what the ritual was meant to do. But it's probably a good thing that we stopped it. Ow. Okay, that hurts. Ow. Can you stop? You're killing my Hans. Don't kill my Hans. Wait, how have you not taken any damage? Oh, you have false life? Okay, immunity is fear, frightened and shaken. Can change shape and stuff. Okay, cool. Charge. Okay. You moved too far already. Let's move over here. A little bit, and I hope he survives. Nope. No, Mahans. No. Oh, Bismuth as well. God, she has a high attack bonus. Plus 39? What do you mean plus 39? You have 38 dex. Okay. What do you mean plus 39?
I will resist.
Press the attack. Retreat is not an option.
This is basically an optional side boss like the water elemental, right?
Let's hear you cry.
Oh, damn it.
I'll rip you apart.
Come on. Wait, why can't you? No actions, no. What do you mean, no actions? What do you mean, no actions left? Look at this. I haven't moved my full thing, right? And it's a standard action right there. I haven't used it yet. I haven't used any. Game. Stop doing this. Stop doing these stupid things where I can't do anything. Because you decide that I can't, even though I should be able to. Like, just don't. I didn't right click, no. And even if I... So the movement works, if you right click, it will go to a 5-foot step. Which again is not the full movement. If you do not right click, then it's the full movement, but as long as you don't go past the green area and into the yellow, you still have your action. It's always worked this way. So no, I did not, and the game is just bullshit sometimes. The programming, I honestly don't know how they managed to do it. Just so many UI glitches. So many, all the time. And it's really annoying.
Into the fray.
Well, I say all the time. It's really not that much, but like every time it does happen, it just sucks.
Prepare yourself.
Kneel before me.
Run them through.
Oh my god.
They'll
Please.
beg me to stop.
There we go. See, and now I still have my full move. Gee. What a surprise. You know, just exactly the same as I did the previous turn, except the other way around. And now I could do it. Instead of the game lying to me, saying I can't. And basically just not allowing me to do it.
Desna, guide my hand.
This one's mine.
But yeah, this fight is bullshit anyway. Honestly.
Out of my way!
I don't even get up. There's no point. Okay, you actually did damage. Nice. Not going to help much. Regel's going to go down. Lance is going to die again. And stab Bismuth as well.
Make your peace.
Miss. 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 Please. Oh my god.
No match
Okay.
for me.
Okay. Come on. Just a little bit more. Okay.
Missed me already.
Rely on me.
There we go.
Together we stand.
Oh wait, we didn't level up the pets. I just realized. Endurance. Die hard. Because Mahon's is a die hard.
No one stands in my way.
Okay, Dogo gets multi-attack. Okay. What do I do here? combat mobility is pretty good. But also blind fight though. Okay. Well, why not take just all of it? That's some hour. Where's the dagger? Up here? Agile dagger +1. Agile weapons are unusually well balanced and responsive. A wielder with the weapon finesse feat can choose to apply dex to damage rolls with an agile weapon in place for strength. Okay. That's pretty good. Also lucky dice though. These dice randomly grant the owner a +1 luck bonus on an attack or damage roll, or to AC during an enemy's attack once per day. This effect lasts the whole day, okay. Well, that was quite something.
Glad I was useful to you.
I lead, you follow.
I will help where I can.
Let me give you... where is it? Lucky dice. It's all the way down here, isn't it? I think? No? Where's the lucky dice? Oh, it's over here. Okay.
We will win this war.
Use that. Just need to remember to do that every day
I
now.
sense something.
Oh. Right here. I'll
The
let her
struggles
go.
never cease. I finished here.
Okay.
Is there more?
Okay, we're in the hall where the banner is. We finally made it. Okay. But let's explore this door.
I finished here. Is there more?
Onwards. Pay attention.
Ooh.
I'm prepared. I'm glad I was useful to you. I will resist.
Let the duel commence.
Wait, did that? Oh my god, that doesn't go through walls. Oh, wow. Should have realized that. That's fine. And also, I should have mounted everyone up.
Prepare yourself.
Hey, Rachel. Your goods.
They'll beg me to stop.
Desna, guide my hand.
You require my counsel.
No reason to pause.
Ugh, the waiting's never fun.
Okay. Where does this lead? A pit of corpses? Lovely. Who doesn't like a good pit of corpses, right?
Let's hear you cry. No glory without risk.
Action. Damage on deads. Bam.
Make your peace.
Sandpit, corpse pit. All good fun for the kids. Yeah. There sure are a lot of ghouls here.
Press the attack! Retreat is not an
There's
option.
an Basu. Okay, we all succeeded on the saving throw, that's good.
I'll rip you apart.
You're slightly concerned that the ghouls have started giving themselves titles. I don't think they give themselves titles. I think the demons might give them titles. I don't know. They could just keep coming. Bye. I'm just gonna sit on my horse. On this one with the increased enemies, you killed like 30 ghouls. I can imagine, yeah. Damage on dads. They don't like it. They don't like the damage on dads.
I will resist.
1, 2, 3.
Kneel before me.
There we go. Okay, Wendewog, it's your time to shine here.
No match for me.
Beautiful. That was 4.
Out of my way.
we're almost done.
The inheritor, guide my
There
blade.
we go.
Out of my sight!
Prepare yourself.
Get shot. Ow.
This one's mine!
Fine. Okay, that's a difficult one.
I finished here.
Ooh.
Is there more?
Bastion of Lion's Heart. Can you wear tower shields? I think I checked this before, right? Yeah, you can't. This +2 tower shield grants its wielder negative energy resistance 10 and a +1 morale bonus on saving throws against fear effects. Pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. Take these bows. Okay, the ghouls otherwise don't tend to have much. Oh. Oh, hi. Yanyo. I mean, I could have dealt with that frog. But what the hell? With her left hand, the old woman pulls the dagger from the demon's body. Exhausted by the effort, she wipes her brow. Time did not bend me, it seems. I will show you one of the secret old passages that were used when Citadel Drezen belonged to us. The woman walks up to the wall and begins examining it. You'll get to the Sword of Valor more easily this way. Perhaps the demons don't know about this passage. I mean, how did you get here, though? The demons, if you think about it, I've spent most of my life among them. I have to admit, there's something mesmerizing about them. A single demon might be weak, or pathetic, or cowardly, but when you see them as a collective, it isn't a mass of separate creatures, but a single great force, a tide, which might be temporarily slowed, but never stopped. The front lines of the abyss, here on the lands of Galarian, unstoppable, fanatical forward motion. We have something to learn from them, don't we? I mean, if I can use anything to my benefit, I will, including the knowledge of demons, their power, and their methods. It's true. It's true. I've accepted a deal from a lich. I can't just be like, nah, I won't accept power from bad people. No, I will. I have. I can't lie. Wondwog's eyes gleam with devotion. You speak the truth, mistress. Good and evil, they're just words. Strength is all that matters. If you have it, you win, and if you don't, you die. The woman casts a pensive look at you. Others would say such thoughts are dangerous. Others, but not me. Here it is. The demons are hiding the Sword of Valor behind this door. Be wary. I heard them bragging about the traps that surround the banner. Magical, of course. The Sword of Valor is nearly impossible to destroy, and if they wish, they will drown the entire room in fire, destroying their enemies while leaving their trophy unscathed. Go now, and good luck. I still am confused how she managed to, follow us and get behind the demon and then stab it to death. Also, we're trying to be stealthy here, but we're riding horses inside. I feel like that's not stealthy. Okay.
Move out.
What is this? Well, there's loot, for one. Let's try to pick the lock normally.
I finished
Nice.
here. Is there more? I'm glad I was is useful to
You never heard of a stalking horse? I guess not, no. Okay, so what does... Oh, wait, okay, wait. People, get out of here so I can actually look at these.
I'm losing my temper.
Okay, so... So that rotates the middle of all of them. This rotates the middle of... Oh god, that's... Middle... No, wait. Oh god, that's confusing. So...
None shall escape.
Oh, hi. I was just trying to figure out how this works. Toriax? Hi. You have false life as well. 21 AC though. And you're flat-footed? Yeah, you're gonna die. You're gonna die, my dude. That doesn't work, but this will.
The light, take you.
Okay, I mean that was kind of a pathetic lightning bolt, not gonna lie.
Desna, guide my hand.
As far as lightning bolts go, that was a very sad one. And he should be ashamed. He should be ashamed to have even tried that. Okay.
All this waiting bores me.
Oh god, no, that's the wrong one. Trying to figure out how to do this. So that needs to be like this. And this is correct too, but this one is not. Oh god.
I lead, you follow.
I can't even... I would have to write down, I think, what each of them does specifically. So I can then think logically about it. Because right now I'm going off what I think they do, which is not exact. Well, I did it anyway. There we go.
Onwards.
I finished here. Is there more?
Evil Outsider's Bane Spear, +2. Nice. And also, Sword of Valor. Hey, who's making that noise?
Cut them to pieces.
So wait, do we get like a buff from the... How does this work? A banner that the Yomade once carried into battle. After being raised in visible public place, the Sword of Valor would gain divine powers and bar the demons from using teleportation. Okay, so it needs to be raised in a public place. Okay. So not in the citadel. Understood.
Press the attack.
Okay.
I will see to your demise.
Well, jeez.
No glory without risk!
Make your peace.
They really just shouldn't have showed up. Oh, hi. What are you doing here?
Let's hear you cry!
Negative levels. Very annoying, but
Retreat is not an option. You are nothing before me.
it doesn't really matter in the end.
Precision and grace.
Into the fray!
Bonk, bonk, bonk.
No match for me.
There we go. I guess. Ooh. This way. This way. Oh, that's a trap. That's a trap. Oh my god, that is a
Allow
trap.
me.
Tell me, and I'll do it.
Rely on me.
Wait,
Speak
Rachel?
with your actions,
Oh, you are
not
mounted.
your
Okay.
words.
I shall not be swayed from my path.
No, why did you?
Together,
Sela, what the fuck? So that's what it looks like? The famed relic of the Crusades? Did you know that the Church of Yomade lent it to the Crusaders long ago? And then they went and lost it. What a deliciously awkward conversation that must have been. Darren takes a half step back, casting an appraising look at you and the Sword of Valor. You look very fine indeed. I foretell that the shops of Mendev will soon be full of souvenir paintings with the names like the Commander reclaiming the Holy Banner. People will hang them above their mantles and use them to cover the cracks in the walls to keep out drafts. I may even purchase one myself to have something by which to remember this moment. Since when are you my biggest fan? I scarcely know myself. I suppose I've always been fascinated by people who are willing to take their fate into their own hands. Power and freedom are attractive, you know. Aside from that, you look quite beguiling in the light of the campfire, and you don't snore. Or do you? Anyway, I was talking about the power of the moment, about wanting to remember it. Since the day my sweet cousin tossed me into the middle of the crusade, I felt like I've been plunged into icy water with my hand ties behind my back. A most loathsome sensation. I'm forced to live in conditions to which I'm ill accustomed and ill suited, risking my life for ideals I consider to be utterly worthless. And I've already missed 3 premieres in the capital's opera season. It's an outrage. Darren stops and drops your gaze for a few moments. And do you know what's the most curious thing of all? Here I stand looking at you and at this holy wall rug, and I feel that there's nowhere else I'd rather be right now. Be careful now, or else you might fall in love with me. Who? Me? Fall in love with you? But where? But in the hackneyed ballads of a provincial bard would wait, could so far-fetched a pairing come to be? Darren lowers his lashes, the corner of his mouth quirks up in a slight smile. I suppose this conversation has been unbearably long already, but I should have known the first time we met in Canabras what I was getting myself into when I threw in with you. You are the worst thing that's ever happened to me. And the most exciting. God. Darren is... I don't even know.
I will help where I can.
Rules are made to be broken.
Okay, there we go. Okay, let's go up here. to the wall. Wait, actually, did I? We didn't explore this area. Should we go back there? There's probably loot around, right? So I thought this was the banner. Is this... Wait. Is this a fake? Oh, everyone is is quite far behind actually. Okay. Sela, maybe you should run. Maybe. Just maybe you should, you know, walk away. Just be like, yeah, they're just nothing here, nothing to see. Okay. Okay. This is fine.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Miss, miss, miss. Lovely. Oh, that did hit. That was pretty painful. Charge. Oh, you can't. Never mind. Oh, that's good damage though. Jeez, Rigel. 66 damage. 31, 25, 66, and 21. That's ridiculous. Oh, he's still okay. Kill him first then. We can't move, so let's just heal my hands a little bit. There we go. Ow. Okay, that was painful. And rude.
Kneel before me.
Out of my way!
Smile. The world's not ending just yet.
Okay. How many potions do we have? We probably have like... Yeah, we have a huge amount of them. Here, Mahans, drink some potions. Just a casual 120 potions. You know.
Over there.
You never know when you might need
I finished here.
a lot of
there more?
potions.
I've embarrassed myself. Please
Oh
forgive
my
me.
god, please. rolled a 1 and a 2. What a waste of lockpicks.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Lesser braces of archery. Ooh. Where are they? Here? Empower the wearer to use any bow with a +1 competence bonus on attack rolls. There you go. Take the Sword of Valor. But it's a fake. Okay. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't have even tried that, because now everyone is exhausted. Which is really, really bad. Like, I knew it was a fake. Why did I even try to take it? You know what? I'm just gonna reload, because I was wondering what would happen. I did not think it would be that bad. Like, giving everyone exhaustion instantly, which is just like -6 to everything, reduced movement, everything, like, it's awful. There are ways to turn off the exhaustion traps. Oh, okay. That's at least something. It's still rough though, especially because I knew it was a fake and I was like, I wonder what happens. Oh, never mind. I probably shouldn't have done that.
Something is not right here. I shall not be swayed from my path. I finished here. Is there more?
Okay. We'll probably fail this as well. Yep.
It's just not my lucky
Yep.
day. This was simple
There you
enough. We will win this war.
Over there.
I will prove my worth. Please,
Oh no.
allow me. I'm prepared.
Well. Okay. Does that go away? Does it go away? Is that just there? What's your arcana? 16, okay. Well,
I'm glad I was useful to you.
there we go. Well, I guess it kind of worked. We disabled the trap. By which I mean we activated it. We didn't get hurt by it, so... Okay, so now... It vanishes and then they spawn. But we're not exhausted. Okay, great. Then we get to kill more things. Yay!
Out of my sight!
Into the fray!
Okay.
I will resist.
Nice. Windwalk.
They'll beg me to stop.
Beautiful.
For you.
Ooh, Elder Rock. Interesting.
Die!
Retreat is not an option. Kneel before me.
No glory without risk!
Can you stop hitting Windwalk, please?
Prepare yourself.
Okay, mirror image. Very annoying. But fine. Again, mirror image. Get in here and fight that rock.
Let's hear you cry.
Oh, even if I... Okay. Even if the critical hit goes against the mirror image, the dog still gets an attack of opportunity. Interesting. I didn't think that would be the case.
I will see to your demise.
This one's mine.
Nice. Okay, this rock is not looking good.
Imperator, guide my blade!
It's still alive, surprisingly. The Elder Rock goes... Stunning Screech. Bismuth failed, Seela failed. Okay.
No match for me.
God, okay. That's a lot of stun people.
Precision and grace.
I guess we just hit this rock. There you go. Dogo, get the rock. You're the best of us anyway.
Into the fray!
Desna, guide my hand.
I'll rip you apart.
There we go. Ooh. Amulet of Natural Armor +3. +3. But wait, which one do you have? Do you have the... Yeah, you have the +2. Okay. Where is it? This one. There you go. Now your armor class is 34 Mahons. Congrats. Okay, well, I think that's it. We're just gonna have to wait for them all to arrive here. And I should probably mount everyone back up as well.
No reason to pause.
Battles await.
Saddle up. Let's go. Display the Sword of Valor. I guess that's what we do. Don't think there's much else here. The legendary banner of the Crusaders is right in front of you. A drop of blood falls onto it from where? The wound on your chest must have reopened and is now bleeding again. You touch Iomede's holy banner to brush away the scarlet droplet when you freeze abruptly. All of a sudden, you are aware of your own powers. You're no longer a grain of sand resisting the countless armies of the Abyss. You are something greater. Like Iomede once rejected her humanity to ascend and gain divinity, you are ready to take the first step on the path to gaining power. But what will your power look like? Choosing your mystic path. You need to choose the mythic path you're going to follow. It will greatly affect the following defense. However, no matter what reasons for choosing one of the paths are, be it powers or aesthetic preferences, there are no wrong choices. Okay. So this is a big one. This is a really big choice. Apparently there's more as well, but I think these are the ones you can... Except for, I'm missing... thingy. The lawful one. Aeon, I think. That's the only one I can't do. I think the rest is different. Like maybe unlock those later. Okay, so Angel. A mighty champion of good who sets a shining example for the Crusaders, smiting demons with the sword of holy flame. Those who fight alongside the angels can be certain that they will be protected, healed, and even resurrected in the event of their untimely demise. You can summon a spirit paladin, flame of life, while the angelic halo is active, and an ally suffers damage, they receive fast healing. I Death Evan, you love this part? It's like the other half of character creation. Yeah. This is a big step. Whenever Angelic Halo is active, an enemy that attacks the angel... Zata, Dragon Companion, that would be fun, but I already have a companion, so I don't think that works. I mean, maybe it works, but... Can you have 2 animal companions? Does that work? It does? Okay. Interesting. I like that it says you can choose from superpowers to enhance yourself, but it doesn't say what those powers are. Demon. I become red skin suddenly. Demonic rage and stuff. And Lich. Yep, very great. Skeletal champion, Lich powers. Or trickster. Oh, we get a mask. Amazing. Now I was thinking of trickster, honestly. No, it won't replace your animal companion. It will tag along as if it's the main character, and yes, you can mount it. Nice. Okay. Sneak attack. Ooh. And sneaky quack, which is healing. Tricks. Yeah, I think Trickster fits the most with my character, if I'm honest. Both like alignment wise and with what they can do. I think it makes sense. Okay. I am not sure. Whenever you make an attack of opportunity, you gain a bonus on the attack and damage roll equal to your mythic rank. And the number of opportunity attacks is increased by 2. That's pretty good. Each of the mythic paths have a main alignment, and then it can all be one to the north, east, south, and west. All can be true neutral. For mythic, trickster, chaotic neutral is the main alignment. Yeah, that's what I thought. So it makes sense for my character. Always a chance is pretty good. Because not missing on a 1 can be good. I'm just gonna take that. Okay. So what does this mean? Is it just an additional... What is this? So you see more than other people. You're constantly affected by the equivalent of the sea invisibility spell. You know what? Yes. No longer those stupid invisible enemies can taunt me. Okay. Grease. Vanish? I don't know. Expeditious retreat. Sure. There we go. Summon Nixie Prankster. Power attack, sneak attack 2. Sneaky Quack. Always a chance perception 1. Actually, what is perception 2? You automatically detect creatures who attempt to use stealth. You also notice more about yourself and your companions, allowing both them and you from now on to take feats from a special trickster list. Meta magic, completely normal spell. improved critical and stat code. I love completely normal spell. Okay. Okay. It doesn't. I mean, it probably does in the actual list, but this is just examples. But that is very good. Also, that's loud. A little bit. The wound on your chest closes and the drops of blood spilled on the Sword of Valor burst into transparent flames. A wave of fire rushes out from the blood and across the entire banner, transforming it and emblazoning it with new colors. Okay. Power descends upon you, suffusing your mortal body, remaking it in its image. It fills your body up to the brim, breaking bones and tearing muscles while at the same time healing them. You raise your head, acutely aware that from here to eternity you are beyond the reach of the laws and dictates of states, planes, and the universe itself.
A mess of an army.
What? I guess Regil doesn't like the trickster? Regil casts one look at you. If looks could kill, you'd be hanged, drawn, and quartered on the spot. Then he turns away pointedly.
Oh, yes! Now that is how I like my crusades. As soon as this is over, I suggest we hold a feast, courtesy of my dearest cousin, to whom we shall most assuredly send a detailed report. I can take it upon myself to organize it.
The weak need laws to rein in the strong. I'm glad you've chosen the path of lawlessness, mistress.
I guess it makes sense that chaotic is not in Regil's, you know, good books. Since he's like the most lawful of lawful people. Now is not the time to linger. We can reflect on events later. Now is the time to act. I mean, he's lawful to the point of evil. Is the thing. Like, he's just so lawful that he's willing to do evil things. Because he thinks it's justified. Yay! And people look upon the banner and they're like, wait, wasn't it different? It looks a bit different now. Yeah, I'm sorry. It fits with the gambling fact you always gamble, it's true.
Mortal gnat snaps its jaws at the Lord of Locusts.
Milady, this creature is about to die. Shouldn't you?
Rather fall.
Behold the death I saw.
You see, Suture? Shouldn't has no place here.
Yeah.
I've waited for a very
I was
long
wondering
time.
how we survived that fall,
Now
but
the hour has
sometimes
come
they
to
just,
turn
you
my
know,
ideas into reality.
suspend
I
disbelief
still
and
have
all
things
that.
to do in Canopus, but you must leave. Go to the old laboratory. I have a special task for you.
The laboratory? I hate that foul place. But I dare not disobey you, milady.
Okay.
Forgive me this little masquerade.
Oh, hi. Yanio, yes, Yanio, right. I did think there was something odd there. Like, it didn't make sense at all. Both with the dwarf being like, yeah, that's not possible, and her suddenly appearing and stabbing a demon. You know? After being very frail and weak for 70 years. Yeah, no. No. Although Sela and Camellia also survived that fall, and Anivia, yeah. Well, Anivia survived and then got crushed. A little bit. Part of her. But yes. Yanil says in a different voice, one that sounds vaguely familiar. Suddenly the illusion vanishes. Arilu!
I am Arilu Vorlesh, also known as the Architect of the World Wound.
There's something off about the stranger's appearance, like you're seeing only half of a painting or looking at her with one eye closed. Her silk dress and expensive jewelry are at odds with a set of unfamiliar tools in her ink-smudged hands.
What are we meant to discuss with one of the key figures in our enemy's army, I wonder?
Watch it. She's deadlier than a dozen demons. The betrayer of humanity. Her words are poison and lies.
You handled the power of the Sword of Valor well. Such artifacts are almost like living creatures, and they react to their own kind, shall we say. The Sword of Valor once belonged to a mere mortal who became a goddess. It seems to see something kindred in you. Touching you has left the sword irreversibly changed. Now it is your banner, not Iomede's. Although perhaps it will still stop the demons from teleporting to the city as before.
You've helped me twice already, in Canabras when we fell into the caves, and here, pointing the way to the Sword of Valor. Why would a half-demon, Discari's favorite, ever do such a thing?
I'm creating something. Building. Studying how the land lies. Laying the foundation. I am called the Architect for a reason. I'm not asking you to trust me. That would be unforgivably stupid. But I suggest, just suggest, that you search, analyze, think. What happened in old Sarkoris? What is the world wound? What is happening to you? Search for your answers. And for now, farewell.
Oh. Oh, hi. Don't really get a chance to reflect on those words, do I?
Run them through.
Those sneak attacks as well. It's like everything is a sneak attack because I've always got someone flanking with me.
They'll beg me to stop.
The light take you.
Wait, why can't I attack that one?
Retreat
Is it not there? Oh, it runs away. Okay. Oh right, I should probably do the mythic stuff. Mystic. Mythic, yes. Last stand. Yeah. Seems good for you. Wenduag. Every third hit with a ranged weapon against the same enemy deals an additional 1d6 per 2 mythic ranked divine damage. That is really good actually, because she does a lot of ranged attacks. So let's do that. Sela. stand as well, maybe. Yeah, that's last stand. And during spells. Longer than an hour, but shorter than 24 hours. Now lost 24 hours. I don't know if I want... Like, what spells are those? Like, Bless doesn't last that long, right? What lasts longer than an hour that he casts? I don't know.
Missed me already.
The problem with that feat is that it takes 2. The first rank is trash. Oh, okay. Cause what? Oh god, spellbook. Yeah, cause the durations are all like... I mean, freedom of movement would work. That's one of the only ones. Delay poison. There's some. There's some. Second run makes it more than 5 minutes. Yeah, that would make it a lot better. Like an hour, there's not that many. But yeah, this, yeah, 5 minutes is the next one. It doesn't affect only spells, but any buff. Oh. Yeah, interesting. Creature summoned by you, no. I mean, we could go second mystery, right? Yeah, that's fine. For like nature? Doesn't that give you the or is that the pad? Where does it say that you get a pet? It's one of the revelations. But that's only at 20th level. Oh, not final. Okay, wait, sorry. Is it... But it doesn't say any... Okay, well, I guess I can pick it. I don't know how it works in this scenario. I think he just... Because I had it on automatic before, because I was fine with what it was going for. I think he went with necrotic. I think. I don't recall. So necromancy would... Poison would work. I don't know if there's any other necromantic, no. Like bones would be a lot of necromancy. But I want him to have a pet. I want him to have an animal companion. I want everyone to have an animal companion. So I'm just going to pick it. So I guess then, what is it? Where is it? Class. Okay, so then at 11th, you can choose a revelation. There it is, animal companion. So at 11th he can get an animal companion, which is great. You get exposed vulnerability, that seems good too.
Fighting for a righteous cause is certainly different from a simple massacre. The former is more bloody and performed with pinkies out.
The animal mystery. It will be in level 11 animal companion as well, yeah. Wait, do you mean the revelation? Or like... God, I don't know how things are called. That's the main thing. I'm like, what is mystery? What is this? What is a mystery? It's a mystery. Oh, the nature mystery. But... Where does it show all the mysteries that you can choose from? I guess it doesn't. Because this is just life. Well, it's the mystery is called nature. That's what confused me.
They are the darkness.
No match for me.
It seems I've made a mistake.
Well, it's not even very complex necessarily. It's just the names that I just always am. I'm really bad with names. Just whenever it's like, oh, it's a mystery, it's like, well, okay, what is a mystery? Oh, right. Rigel was knocked off his Triceratops. That's fine.
No glory without risk.
Are they running away? Are they being cowards here?
Out of my way!
Sneak. Sneak attack. I couldn't even miss him. I rolled a natural 1. They think that me rolling a natural 1 will stop me? Nah. You don't even know. You don't even know?
Make your peace.
If you have a low enough AC, I cannot miss you. You will get hit and probably die.
Kneel before
On
me.
called cheats? It's not cheats. It's called mythic levels.
inside already.
No cheats at all. Some powerful spells require a full round, or even multiple rounds to cast.
Move out.
Open the door.
Close ranks.
Sit on the floor. Everybody do the dinosaur.
I will resist. Die.
It's ridiculous.
This one's mine.
Any more? Anyone else around here? Oh, hi Minotaur.
Prepare yourself. Let's hear you cry.
Get sneak attacked. I'm so sneaky.
Press the attack.
I'm so sneaky, I always sneak attack. Even when I charge straight at the enemy. And they can see me coming from a mile away. It's still sneaky. It's amazing. Citadel's command, and that's up to the tower. And then there's... Oh?
Head on.
Well, it's also sneak attack if I'm flanking, and because I'm riding my dog, I'm always flanking. It's
I will
pretty
follow my
fun.
dream. I will defend my dream.
Okay, I've not fought these before. They look pretty gross. They're also immune to critical hits.
I'll
Okay.
make short work of this.
Please help me.
Ursula, you're going to have a bad time here.
Someone save me.
Well,
Run them through.
oh, I missed. Imagine.
Retreat is not an option.
Into the fray!
Okay. Nice. Cure moderate wounds on you. Nice.
They'll beg me to stop.
Good job.
Someone
No,
save me.
Don't hit her while she's on the ground, that's so rude.
Out of my way!
Rules are made to be broken.
I shall not be swayed from my
Okay.
path.
Disarm
I
the
finished
trap.
here. Is there more? I sense something.
Crooked. Oh no, wait, sorry. Longsword +1, never mind. Yeah, I know about the flat-footed part.
I lead, you follow.
I'm just saying that even if they're not flat-footed, it doesn't matter. For my character specifically. While mounted. Cat, get off that ceiling. You can't be on the ceiling. I know you're a cat, but I guess cats do what cats do, right?
Onwards.
Okay, wait, this is Tower Summit. Did we go to this Tower Summit or Citadel Command? I don't know. I guess we go to Tower Summit first. Yeah, normally you would require actual flanking, which is why I was actually not mounted a lot of the time, because I thought I needed to, you know, actually be flanking. But apparently when you're mounted you get the bonuses anyway, so it makes it kind of a little bit broken, perhaps. But it's all in good fun, so where is the mace? Headcracker. Oh, it's a mithril mace. Whenever the wielder lands the first hit against a new target, the enemy has to pass a fortitude saving throw, DC 15, or become stunned for 1d3 rounds. Pretty fancy. Pretty fancy. Bubonic Plague. I don't want to get the Bubonic Plague.
Guide my blade.
No match for me.
Yeah, like the actual flanking would be a pain to actually implement, because you have to like calculate like a line between the characters, and then if it crosses through the enemy, but then you have to make sure that the hitboxes are aligned correctly. It's just a pain, and it's better to just be like, okay, they're both engaged, they have flanking. Okay, actually that didn't do good. Or should I just walk away? Oh, it's not good.
Desna, guide my hand. Die!
Yeah, you can't hide from me being invisible.
Kneel before me.
You thought.
No glory
Get him.
without risk.
He's stunned and on the ground. I think he's dead. I don't think he can do anything.
Apart.
Oh, he's still invisible, which makes it a little bit annoying, but that's about it.
Make your peace.
There we go.
Skip the pleasantries.
I thought. Okay, down the tower again. There's the cover mechanic too. They managed to put it in Kingmaker, but dang, it's silly. I did play Kingmaker, but I don't remember much about the cover mechanic. It has been a while. Also, I didn't play it for long, so... Because I didn't enjoy the... Oh, with mods. Right, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. But yeah, I didn't enjoy the, like... days left as a timer. Even if it's not very, like... Oh, Kai, thank you.
LFG, been busy so much I forgot to sub less than 3. Enjoy
That's
your
all
day.
Right. Have a good one. Thank you for the 30 months. And I hope you've been doing well. But yeah, what I was saying, like, I didn't enjoy the like timer just being there constantly. Because it made me not want to rest for a long amount of time. But then I kind of had to rest, and then I felt bad about, you know, doing that, and it was a bit of a pain. So I'm glad that this game doesn't really do that.
Move out.
On paper it's very cool. Everything in the line between you and the enemy in a ranged attack provides cover. In practice it means everyone is going to miss a lot. Yeah. You have to really think about positioning and stuff like that. Which just makes it more tedious instead of fun. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Kai. I'm glad you've been doing great.
I will resist.
It's always good to hear from you again. Jeez, I can't speak today. Or can I ever, really? Okay, Minotaur. Yeah, just kill it.
Hear you cry.
F. Oops, it's dead.
They'll beg me to stop.
It's not even like I hope I hit the Minotaur, it's like the Minotaur's going to die.
This one's mine.
Calavacus. Oh, you're... Hans. Why are you paralyzed? Damn it, Mahans. There you go. Enslave soul? Didn't work.
Why am I so weak? Prepare yourself.
Calavacus. Nice.
Out of my sight!
Run them through.
Oh my god.
Press the attack.
Well, GG. Oh, there. I was like, where are they? They're just hiding in this corner.
Retreat is not an option.
Not for long. Oh, wait, there's more? But wait, there's more. Aha!
Take you! No match for me!
Desna, guide my hand!
There we go. Looks a little cleaner than the rest of the fortress. It's probably the warden's bedroom. I mean, it's still a little bit of a mess, but yeah. Oh, Minago. Hi. How nice it is to see you.
The world's not ending just yet.
Let me just do this. There we go.
Let's run, sweetie. Let's go. Why are you so slow? They're almost here.
I'm not going anywhere.
The dwarf's cracked voice sounds like rasping rusty metal.
Don't you feel it? She's got that damn rag with her. I can't teleport. She's going to kill us.
If she kills us, then so be it. But this is my city, and I will fight for it to the end. And you, my love, you will be with me to the end.
Okay. Stanton grasps the chin of the demoness, sinking his nails into her tender skin and pulls her face towards his, kissing her lips quickly before pushing her away. That's not a good relationship these two are having, you know?
This dwarf is a true knight, and that's why he is beyond saving. A demoness knows how to turn a person's good nature against itself. She did it deliberately, knowing that his sense of honor would be his downfall. I have also done this.
Who let this mangy rat out of its cage? You made her a member of your party. The succubus whore found a way to betray even the Abyss. And you believe she'll be loyal to you?
I mean, yeah.
Minago, my jailer, my torturer. You think I mean to do them harm? That she will suffer if I stand at her side? If that were true, why then would you try so hard to persuade her to cast me out?
Hey, Minago, where are you going? I still haven't enjoyed... what was it you said? Yes, the sweetest spoils of victory. You won't deny me the opportunity to gloat once we crush you, will you?
Such tremendous animosity! I must admit I'm impressed. There was a time when I tried my hand at holding grudges, even a vendetta or two. But fortunately for my enemies, I seem to lack the patience required to truly excel at the sport.
This party. You seem to enjoy blaming others for your problems, Staunton, but you alone have forged your destiny and become a traitor twice over.
Of course. I regret nothing. And I'm ready to pay my dues. What about you? Are you ready to pay for everything you've done in the name of your pathetic queen?
Yeah.
Not everyone here is fighting for Mendev and its queen, fallen paladin. When you crossed to the demon's side, you betrayed all mortal kind. And for that, you must pay.
Who cares about Mendev?
You crossed me and my mistress, you grizzled runt. You will die for that, and that alone.
Yeah. God, my French is not very good, but I know what you mean. Rigel's voice is so good, it is. Aren't you getting tired of fleeing from me, Minago?
You have no idea how tired I am of you, mortal. But never mind. Today, we will finally be done with you. Right, Staunton? Right, sweetie?
Okay, yeah. That's definitely a very confident laughter, yes. Why do you fight on the side of demons?
You have the audacity to ask me that? I fight on this side because the other side didn't give me a chance. Yes, I made a terrible mistake and Drezen fell to the demons. The Queen should have had me hanged. I deserved it. But she found a far worse punishment for me. False mercy.
I mean, we still gave you a chance, and you again, at the end, were like, you know what? Nah, demons. Like, come on. You said you made a terrible mistake. You made 2 terrible mistakes. And both times, like even the first one, it happens, sure. But, I mean, yeah, 70 years of being treated like shit, of course. Like, I understand it, but it's still like, well, all you had to do is be like, nah. And then all of this would have been a lot easier. And he could have had a promotion. He could have been in the army, like, getting glory like he wanted. But I guess he didn't have that, like, faith anymore, which is completely fair. That's completely fair. It just means that you know, he's going to die now because he can't accept that he was wrong.
When she spared me that day, she said she wanted to give me a chance to make amends. And I believed her. For 70 years, I've crawled on my knees, shedding my blood for Mendev. Only been spat in the face for it. For 70 years, I watched generations of Crusaders grow old and die, never once changing their tune about Staunton the traitor. What else could I give for my mistake? What more punishment could I suffer? How could I ever deserve forgiveness? And one day, I realized there's nothing I can do. The Queen had doomed me to a lifetime of humiliation. When I grew desperate, I only had 2 choices. To become my own executioner and carry out the sentence she rescinded that day, or go over to the other side.
Well, my assumption is that the Queen didn't expect people to hate him for 70 years. Like, she forgave him and everyone else should have too, but they didn't. And that's the problem. Like, the other people that constantly were like, oh, that's Staunton, look at him, what an asshole. Like, like, sure, he made a mistake, a terrible mistake, but it's still a mistake, and like, bullying him for it is how you get more mistakes to happen. Worse mistakes. Which won't be mistakes anymore, but full-on choices that will make you suffer, or the people who treated him like that suffer, right? Because he'll break at some point, and then, like, you could be like, oh, he's a traitor, blah blah blah, but like, in the end, all that does is make them hate you and realize that, you know what, maybe I should have been a traitor. Maybe I should have continued being a traitor, because apparently these people are assholes. Right? It just makes it worse. And I... God, this is such a... That is a thing that I always have hated, is people just pushing others down, even if they've done bad things, or like... I hate it. But yeah.
Put yourself in my place. Imagine yourself in that position. What would you choose?
I see you have quite the gathering of cowards and traitors here. Even Nora showed up.
You think I'd miss the chance to see Staunton wipe that grin off your smug face? For years, you self-appointed champions of good have treated us like dirt beneath your feet. If the demons will help us get our revenge, then we're with the demons.
What's that on your face, Minago?
That's not your concern, mortal.
The Master has punished her cruelly for her failure in Canabras. As you can see, the leaders of the demons are as patient with their slaves as the Crusaders are with their commanders.
Sweetie, why are you telling her this? What does it matter?
Quiet.
Staunton's voice holds no emotion whatsoever except perhaps weariness. The word that fell from his lips barely echoes, but nonetheless the demon immediately falls silent. Well, I guess we're fighting. There's no other choice here.
Right. No point in wasting time talking. To arms!
Staunton, darling.
Stop whining! Didn't you swear your eternal love to me? Promised we'd rule Drezen together? Now shut your lying mouth and fight! Whatever end fate has in store for me, you will share it!
Crusading isn't that boring after all.
Okay. Nura, you're not running away, okay? I can see you.
Out of my way!
Okay, waves of fatigue, very annoying.
I'll rip you apart! Remember my name.
Nice crit.
Wenduag.
Okay. Agile.
Kneel before me.
Wait, what does he do? Whenever we hit him... Oh god. Strength surge? No. Strength of will. What was draining my strengths? A reflex saving throw. But why is that? So I hit him and I have a reflex saving throw or I lose strength, but I'm not sure what's causing that. I don't think it's any of these. He doesn't have a very high AC. Stability, hardy, consensus. There's something here, but I'm not sure which it is. He has so many things. Yeah, I don't know. Profane Nimbus? Does he have a buff? No, we would have seen the buffs. Oh well, I don't know. Who knows?
Make your peace.
Oh.
You stubborn ass! You want to die for a heap of rocks? Go ahead. I'm not staying here.
There's panic on Minago's blood-splashed face. Her lips are trembling.
No, my dear. You are. You will either fight to the bitter end, or I'll break your delicate little neck myself with these very hands.
Are you threatening me, my mortal toy? Me? And with what? With the power I gave you. You ungrateful beast! Give me back what's mine! Take him, he's yours! And Drezen too!
Minago stretches out her hand.
Fortress, or this half-wit.
A crimson spark flies out of Staunton's eyes and plants itself in her palm. Staunton freezes stunned. He's silently moving his lips, which have turned grey in a flash like a fish out of water.
Oh, I grow so tired of you mortals. Your humdrum little passions. Your constant squabbling. Your incessant accusations and excuses. You treat each other like dirt. Push weaklings like these two into our arms. And then you have the audacity to accuse us. Punish your traitors. Show countless times.
Thank you for your help. You don't think this is going to save you, do you?
I will save myself. Take your filthy rag. Take your befouled ruins. You can make soup out of this moron for all I care. I've had enough war. We Lily two were created for tenderness and love. Stay away from me with your swords and shields.
Does she just... Are we just gonna let her run? Yep, apparently we're just gonna let her run. We're not even gonna do anything.
My fate. I've been betrayed by people and demons alike. Now my life really is worth nothing. But that doesn't mean you won't pay for it dearly. Come on, you scumbag! Kill me if you can! I don't care anymore!
I don't think, like... I know this is the good option, but it's not gonna work. Like, being like, lay down your weapon, Stance, and come back to us. You've been treated unfairly. It's 70 years of... He's been betrayed by everyone, and, like, that's not gonna do anything. He's just gonna be like, nah. You think I can't kill you?
I suspect you can. I'll make you work for it. Let's get this over with. To arms.
I like that you are still back there, just...
Do not fear. Do not waver.
Oh, we're back in the battle position again? That we were? Okay. Well, Staunton is dead.
I will see to your demise.
There we go. And Nura's dead too. Oh, actually, no. She's not dead. So what now?
Pay attention.
Breathing heavily, Nura stands up and wipes her bloody hands on her clothes. Well, what are you waiting for, you scum? Come on, finish me off. Kill me like you killed Staunton and be glad you've defeated the villains. Just make sure you don't wonder whose fault it was that he and I were on the demon's side. Thoughts like that could make you lose your appetite. Another tearful performance. Everyone is guilty but me. I've lost count of how many of you innocents I've sent to the chopping block. They should have been executed just for denying their responsibility, never mind all their other crimes. I understand your pain, hatred, and anger. I stoked those feelings in the mortals. I convinced them that the whole world was to blame for their troubles, and that only demons could help them get revenge. It was a lie. Whatever your demon seducers told you, it was a lie. Your real friends are your fellow mortals. Who is this succubus? And you let her into your party? Well then, I can die a peaceful death. You won't last long. Why did you betray me, Nora? I want to know the truth. You want to know the truth? Her face cringes painfully. Here's the truth. I hate all of you. If I'd been there the day Aurelia Vorlash opened the rift to the abyss, I would have gladly handed her the ingredients for the ritual. I put the pheromone-soaked cloth in your pocket. I wanted those hellbugs to eat your smug face off. I was the one who set the tents on fire that night, and I told the gargoyles who to grab. Every day I was in your army, and I did all I could to hurt you. Oh, the things I would gladly do to you, and it would be but a thousands of what you deserve. She hides her face in her hands. When I was 8, I was auctioned off like livestock. Like livestock they used a stick to train me to obey. Did the paladins of Mendev help me? Of course not. Even when we passed through the Mendevian city, none of those warriors of good lifted a finger to set me free. Slavers aren't demons, after all. Nora looks up and stares at you with eyes red with tears. The first time I came to the wound, I wasn't seeking adventure. My owner dragged me here on a leash. You think the demons bribed me? I was happy to betray him, without a shadow of a doubt, expecting nothing in return. I poured a sleeping potion into their soup pot, opened the gate, and waited for the demons to come and tear them all to pieces. And me along with them. I didn't care, but the demons saw the real me. They made me a cultist. They offered me a chance for revenge. Revenge, is it? You're a little gnat that stings from the back because it's not got the teeth to bite. But even so, you're more worthy of respect than Staunton, who lurks between both camps. Yes, slavery is evil without a doubt. Quelling the rebels into obedience with whips and boots. How crude. Why can't these so-called rulers convince the masses to serve them willingly? With smiles and songs and adoration. That's how it's done in Mendev, after all. What will you do if I let you go? Let me go? Why would you? No, you mean seriously? You think I'll thank you for your generosity and devote the rest of my days to taking care of homeless puppies? I'll continue exacting my revenge. That's what I do. On others, if not on you. I will feed as many crusaders as I can to the demons before I face the sword of someone less forgiving than you. She spits at your feet. You idiot. Revenge is only sweet when it remains secret right until the very last moment. Oh God. Okay, so do I finish Nora off, or do I turn around and count to 3? Murder? I kinda want to just let her go. I wonder what happens. Like what she actually does. I'm going to turn around and count to 3. When I turn back, I want you gone. I never thought I'd say this, but this is a mistake. She isn't ready to change. Yeah, that's fair, Death Evan. It's probably better not to say something then. Letting her go means allowing her to continue wreaking havoc and doing evil, including to herself. Thank you for giving me another chance to kill you. I will get to you, or your friends. Bye, Nora. Look, I'm chaotic, it's what I do. I just let my enemies go all the time.
I lead, you follow.
So what now? Are we done here? Wait, how did... Oh, she just jumped off, right? Yeah, okay. I was thinking, like, how did she get away? But she just ran off, I guess. So wait, do I just walk back, or... Oh, there we go.
The commander of the crusade has managed to overthrow 70 years of demonic rule in Drezen and restored the Sword of Valor to its rightful place. Will the commander be able to defend the banner she has won with such a valiant effort?
That's a good question. Probably. Okay, this loading screen is taking a bit. There we go. 70%. You can do it. I believe you've got this loading screen. Now we know who the narrator is. Yeah. We do. Oh, we got an achievement. Banner over the Citadel. Nice. But the loading screen is still going. What's it loading? Is it like loading the entire third act? Okay. Oh, Erebeth.
Knight Commander! I know you have not had time to sit in on any council meetings in recent days. You've been so busy restoring order in Drezen that you've barely found time to sleep. However, there are some matters that require your attention. I am ready to report if you have a moment.
This better not be more of your pathetic whining. No, I'm not gonna call her out on that. Please proceed.
Thank you, Knight Commander. The Crusade forces liberated Drezen quickly. The demons did not have time to recover from their defeat in Canabras. Every death is an irretrievable loss, but your leadership has minimized such losses as much as possible. Morale is high among the Crusade forces. The battle for Drezen went brilliantly. Your party attacked the demon commanders, cutting off the head of the enemy forces. We suffered some losses, but nevertheless, it was a triumph. Queen Galfrey has been notified already, and sent her messenger with a letter for you and a royal reward.
Okay, so we get a letter from the Queen and a Cloak of Resistance +3. Not bad.
In any case, we would never have won if it weren't for your amazing powers. The moment you raised the Sword of Valor over the Citadel, the light of it must have been visible all the way back in Mendev. And the banner itself...
Wait, back in Mendev?
It's changed after coming in contact with you. Anyone else would call it sacrilege. I don't know what to make of it myself. It's surprising and strange. Permission to speak freely. I must admit that I've nursed doubts about your ability to lead an army more than a few times. You don't seem to take this seriously at all. Like the war is just a joke.
I mean, yeah.
But you keep winning again and again. Your orders seem crazy sometimes, but they lead us to victory. That means I should trust you, even if I don't always understand you.
Why so serious? You know what? Thank you for speaking so openly. I appreciate it.
Thank you for allowing me to speak plainly. We won the battle for Drezen, but this war is far from over. The demons know our true strength, so we must brace ourselves for a merciless counterattack. They will do everything they can to gain control of the city and destroy you personally, and all of us along with you. The only good news is that cultists make up more than half of their forces, so they will have to march the same roads as our fighters. If they were all demons, they could appear here instantaneously and lay siege to the city. Praise Iomade for small mercies. The main demon forces are moving out from the City of Eyes and the Threshold Fortress. Scouts are reporting that for now, we don't stand a chance of tearing through the defense and launching a counterattack. We can only gather our forces, rebuff their attacks, and wait for the right moment. Unfortunately, other hostile groups keep appearing out of nowhere. And on top of all that, Minago is still prowling around somewhere out there. Anevia's trying to find out where that Abyss scum has run off to. Maybe she's already got some leads.
Have you found anything about Wolgiv?
Luckily, we are not alone. Mendev is with us. Queen Galfrey has sent us the first reinforcements. They've just entered the city. Besides, news of your victory is spreading through Avestan. I'm sure that crowds of new volunteers will soon be pouring into Drezen, inspired by your feat. And that's very good news, because we're going to need troops. Here is a brief report about the main problems we're currently facing.
Iribeth shows you a sheet of paper with a list of 4 items. Demons with special powers, secret path, ? Missing patrol, and dragon in capitals with an exclamation point. So, okay. What can you tell me about the demons with special powers?
Remember that Nabasu that attacked our camp? He had powers that no ordinary demon should have.
Right.
It is not the only demon of its kind. We keep receiving reports about similar monsters. All isolated cases for now. But it's possible that in the future, we will see entire squads, if not armies of them. We must find out where they're coming from. Find the source of their power and destroy it. If we don't, they will crush us before long. Even you can't defeat an entire army of such monsters.
True. Okay. What secret path?
We can usually spot armies of demons in advance, as their hordes march along the Grey Road from Eyes or Threshold. But sometimes packs of them appear out of nowhere. They're managing to avoid our scouts somehow and sneaking into our territory. If we don't solve this problem, we cannot attack. The demons will just appear at our backs, block off the gorges and cut us off from Drezen. Anevia is trying to find out how the demons are getting into our territory, but she hasn't succeeded yet. Talk to her. She will tell you more about what she's doing.
Okay. There's a patrol missing?
Yes. It disappeared without a trace during a mission. We didn't even find any bodies. Maybe someone abducted them, or there's some natural threat in the area. We can't rule out the possibility of desertion, either. The troop was patrolling the southern road out of the city. The last surviving settlements of Socorus lie in that direction. But after the siege of Drezen, contact with them was lost. Hardly any of the inhabitants survived once the demons invaded the area. That's where I started the search.
Okay. Winter Sun. Dragon? What dragon?
If we didn't have enough problems with demons already, now there's a wild dragon in the vicinity. Luckily, it's not part of the demon army. If the demons had a dragon on their side, it could pose a serious threat. But there's very little food in the World Wound, and the dragon doesn't seem to have a taste for demons and cultists. She keeps attacking small squads of crusaders, picking off those who fall behind, ravaging supply trains. The dragon's been sighted frequently in the sky, but we don't know exactly where her lair is. We have someone to help with this, though. Do you remember the dwarf who bravely attacked the Baylor in front of the Citadel during the siege? He is back in the city, and he doesn't mind hunting this dragon, apparently.
Okay.
Go talk to him in the tavern. We might be able to help each other.
Is that all for now?
There are a few pleasant matters. At the Queen's command, the Crusaders who took part in the attack have had their pay doubled, and medals will be awarded to those who were particularly outstanding in battle. You know one of them. The Knight Elan from the Houndhearts. He led a troop of Nerosian recruits and brought them to the main forces, and later drew the demons' attention in the battle with the Baylor, allowing the wounded to be rescued.
Okay.
There is one more thing. As you know, there is a vast dungeon under Drezen.
Yep.
It's empty now. None of those imprisoned by the demons survived, and we don't have any new prisoners. We've temporarily placed the body of Staunton Vane in the dungeon. You slew him. What are your orders regarding his body? Anevia thinks we should burn it quietly and forget about it. Some want to see his corpse displayed in the square, but I don't think we should behave like demons and barbarians. He may have been our enemy, but he deserved to be buried as a knight. However, the decision is yours, of course.
Oh, if only we were a lich. If only. We could probably just resurrect him as a servant. But no. Probably just bury him as a knight.
Right you are, Commander. Commander. That day during the battle,
Erebus is hesitating. You can see the struggle on her face, and as if she doesn't know whether she should say something else.
No. My apologies. That is all, Commander. Thank you for your time.
Giving a salute, Erebus turns around and quickly leaves. No, Erebus, I need to talk to you. I've got your family sword. You can't just leave. Oh, damn it. Okay, well, let me... a quick save first. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Now let's see. So we've got Drezen. So the Citadel. Blacksmith, 6 of the coffins. So there's just a... This is just our home base now. Is the Citadel... where we sleep or something? Oh. The Triceratops does not know how the tables work. Okay, that's fine. A tall, lean man enters the hall. He has his dark hair, pointed ears, and his pale skin is covered in intricate tattoos. At first glance, it would be easy to mistake him for an elf, if his eyes were not so unusual. They are not just dark, as is common among elves, but entirely black and devoid of life. As you stare into their empty nothingness, it is as if the abyss itself is staring back at you. His face seems familiar. You look more closely and realize you saw the stranger during the assault on the Grey Garrison. Back then, he laughed at the prank you played on the cultists with the barrels of explosives and then disappeared. Commander Mads. The visitor seems to take pleasure in the sound of your name, caressing each syllable with his black tongue. Each syllable? There's one syllable. It's a single syllable. And licking his pierced lips suggestively before offering you a charming smile. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter right now. What matters is who you are. I've been watching you for a long time, since the day you began your journey to the heights of glory. You still have a long way to go before you reach the pinnacle, but what if I could help you take the next step? Some very powerful and wise beings will soon be holding a meeting of the council, where they will decide what is done about the world wound. You would be a welcome guest at this meeting. What council? No. The visitor wags a long manicured finger at you. Save all the questions for the council. The walls have ears after all. Please join us and we will explain everything. When you're ready, look in the closet in your chambers. Bidding you farewell with a playful wink, the visitor ventures into thin air. Right. Okay. In the closet, right, of course. Are we going to Narnia? Is that what this is? A middle-aged paladin with a genial face salutes you. His sparse grey hair stands in fuzzy tufts on his head, giving him a distinctly unwarlike appearance. Everbright Crusaders reporting for duty. My name is Ciar Coblin. I am at your service. Queen Galfrey is gathering the main attack forces in Nerosian, so she ordered us to replenish the losses suffered in Canabas and come here. We will support your troops. A tall, dark-eyed lad is standing behind Ciar. He passionately echoes Ciar's words. We are ready to go to the front immediately. Allow us to be at the spear of the attack. The old crusader calls the young man to order. Morvac, don't speak unless spoken to. Don't worry, no one will be defeating any demons without you. Ciar smiles kindly and tousles the boy's hair. Did you fight in Canabas? How are things there? Not personally, no. The Queen summoned me and the bulk of our order to Nerosian. Almost all those who remained behind in Canabras died, and the ones that didn't were disorganized and leaderless. But the order did not perish. New volunteers have been pouring into our ranks. We are licking our wounds. Canabras is rebuilding. Life wins out. People are coming from all over Avestan to help. Many are joining up with the Crusaders, just as happened back in the First Crusade. Who have you brought with you? Everbright Crusaders mainly, but we have a lot of volunteers who joined us, those who arrived at the Queen's call but didn't want to sit in Nerosian waiting for the main army to set off. All the hotheads know that the front is here. Ciar nods at the boy behind him, the one who's eager to fight. We picked up this one too. He walked to Canabras with an old sword in his hand and a few copper coins in his pocket. He was going to keep walking to kill the demons, and then he would have probably laid siege to the threshold, no doubt. The boy's cheeks go pink at the old man's gentle mockery, but continues to stare ahead resolutely and boldly. You'll be serving under my command. The Crusader gives you a friendly smile. It's an honor for us, Commander. Let's give the demons a dusting. Okay. Okay, so... Regil stands with his hands behind his back. His favorite pose, would seem. He seems submerged in thought, but gathers himself immediately as you approach. His pale yellow eyes examine you inquisitively. Knight Commander, it's good you found time to meet me. There is a matter of some urgency I must discuss with you. It was incredibly interesting, the power you and your companions received during the fight at the Great Garrison, and now my interest has been gratified. The power your companions received has passed on to me as well. It manifested after my usual evening reckoning. I believe I now present a true threat to the creature's initiates of chaos. Why can't I talk? The imprisoned cultists we kept for certain observations experienced this firsthand. Regil's voice is unemotional, almost bored, but leaves no doubt as to the cultist's fate. Striking, isn't it? Divine intervention at a critical moment is rare, but not beyond imagining. But in this case, part of the power that you received through this intervention has passed to someone who joined you, well after the fateful moment had passed. It seems to me you're trying to find some pattern even in this. What if a miracle is just a miracle? Miracles do not exist, Regil replies sternly. In the end, even every so-called miracle turns out to be a manifestation of someone's will. Besides, I might have believed in a blind accident, but not in an accidental acquisition of great power in the exact moment when it was needed most. In any case, this is shallow philosophizing. You must have some questions for me. Do you have a plan or strategy for the war against the demons? A spark flashes in Regel's eyes. I have a clear idea of the forces I shall require to wage effective war against the World Wound. Currently I do not possess them, but I know what steps I must take. We must amass and fortify, gather scouting information, resolve certain problems of an organizational nature. My people are establishing an outpost not far from the ruins of an ancient shrine. Demons appear there often, so we'll be tracking them for information and honing our skills in combat. This is my strategy for the moment. But thank you for speaking with me. I don't have much to say there. Erebeth. Here, I found your father's sword. Praise Iomade. Erebeth takes the sword as gently as if it were a living creature and sheathes it in its scabbard. I don't know what to say. I am forever indebted to you. I never thought I'd get my sword back. Please allow me to reward you. And please, no objections. I could never replace the sword. I shall never part with it again, I swear. Wait, 50,000 gold? You were holding out on me, Erebeth? You can just dole out 50,000 gold like that? That's an insane amount of money. You can't just... Okay, well, fine. We need to talk about what happened during the attack on Drezen. Erebeth lowers her head. My behavior was unworthy of a knight, even less a commander. How can I lead the soldiers when I was sitting around while the others shed their blood? Under the circumstances, leaving my position would be tantamount to desertion. Still, as your advisor, I strongly recommend you release me from my position as head of the order, strip me of my knighthood and send me to serve in the condemned. That suggestion is no better than desertion, except you want me to take responsibility for it. I don't want to hear it. Join the ranks, knight, and fight as you sort to do. Who will lead the Eagle Watch then? You know I have no one to replace you. Let's do this one. The Eagle Watch, my pride, my creation. How could I ever think of giving up? How many cultists have we destroyed, and how many remain right under our noses? The Half-Orc salutes you sharply. For a moment you once again see the Erebeth, who was ready to protect the defender's heart to her dying breath. Thank you for still trusting me. More than anyone else does in this crusade. Even more than I trust myself. Despite your words, Erebeth obviously still feels unworthy of her commander rank. Changing her mind will require more than platitudes. Perhaps you can bolster her by importing her to a position where she can work more closely with rank-and-file soldiers. Those whose faith in their commander remains undimmed. How's the Eagle Watch doing? Everything is going well. I was wary of handing over the reins at first. I was afraid that everything would fall apart without Anivia and me. But I took a risk and left it a very clever lad in charge, a tiefling as it happens. He infiltrated the cult alone. They couldn't imagine a tiefling wouldn't be on their side. He exposed an entire cell. I personally knighted him just before the city was attacked. Of course, there were many who weren't happy about it, but it's not my job to make people happy. He hasn't disappointed. He has built up the Order's ranks again and is running everything smoothly. It's as if the demon attack never happened. He's proven more than once that I left Canabras in good hands, but I admit it's still strange to think that such a small order as the Eagle Watch now has 2 chapters, one in Drezen and one in Canabras. Tell me about it. It was a small order created to fight not only demons but also the enemy within, to maintain the purity of the paladin ranks, prevent heresy and identify spies, and it failed miserably at that. The Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth infiltrated it and formed their nest within its ranks. After the Queen entrusted me with leading the order, Anivia and I practically built it from scratch. We got rid of dead weight, people who weren't committed. We organized ways to transmit messages and orders safely. We introduced reliable ciphers, we found tacit allies around the city, from crusader orders to street beggars. This was my personal crusade, to purge the city of the Templars who had infested it, and I thought I was winning. I could feel it. We were so close to driving the cultists out of Canabras, but it's hard to admit, but those successes didn't count for much once the demons entered the city. If it wasn't for you, there wouldn't be a headquarters at the Defender's Heart. The cultists would have served the city up on a platter to the demons. So it turns out that the Queen had her head of counterintelligence watching me. I wonder why. You think the Queen doesn't trust you? If that were true, she wouldn't have put you in charge of this army. My main task is to be your advisor until you've gained enough experience as a commander. As for counterintelligence, Anivia and I were tasked with keeping an eye on your inner circle. But you're not under suspicion, Commander. You're under our protection. Well, that's good to know. That I'm not under suspicion. Maybe I should be under suspicion, though. Have you thought about that? Have you made this golem an officer, or is it just standing here for no reason? There's a reason it's standing in plain view. If anyone tries to steal it, I'll see them. I may not be thrilled about having to drag this fortune around with us, but it is my duty to protect this treasury, and this fortress is the safest place in the area. I hereby appoint this wonderful golem my Vice Commander of Beauty and Aesthetics. Something changes in the golem's beautiful face, making it more dignified and pompous, as any true Vice Commander's face should be. Happy to be of service, and may Shellen brighten and vivify your day. Nice. There we go. Now he's a true commander. Oh god. Have you figured out how the demons have been sneaking up on us? Anivia answers with a scarcely concealed irritation. No dice. Our scouts crawled all over the area, down every hole, nothing. The grey road was completely empty, and then, bam, a whole army popped up like a jack-in-the-box. My only lead is a few scouts who didn't come back from the gorges to the southwest, but we found no sign of secret paths or underground passageways, and definitely no route we can use to quietly move a larger force through, but I feel it in my gut. There's some evil scum out there. We just have to look harder. Of course, I could send out more scouts, but they might just disappear like the first ones. Why don't you go out there yourself and find out what's what? What do you think of my new powers? Anivia gives you a long look, her lips quirking up at the corners. I don't know what to think of all this. You're a total mystery to me, and I usually don't like mysteries, but you're different. Your crazy stunts somehow make me think that, just maybe, this whole nightmare might suddenly end, by pure fluke, on a positive note. I'm no expert on these things, but I think that's what hope feels like. Did you find anything about where Monago is? Nope. Zero, zilch, a whole lot of nothing. The scum melted into thin air. Soldiers saw her jump out of the window, run through the square in front of the citadel, and then suddenly disappear. We haven't heard anything from her since, and I don't like it. I'm telling you, this is bad. First of all, her kind just don't give up. Don't just give up. If we can't see her, it means she's setting a trap for us, somewhere we won't expect. I mean, it would be great if the Demon Lord just gobbled her up for all her failures, but I think that's too much to hope for. But that's not the worst part. You have a more interesting question, you know? I wonder how she teleported from the city, if by that time you'd already hung the banner. The soldiers are saying it probably wasn't in full force by then, but you and I both know that's dross. She wasn't supposed to be able to teleport, but she did. The question is how. Well, maybe she didn't teleport, but something else teleported her that isn't like a demon? Maybe? I don't know. Manage Crusade Affairs. Let's see what this is. Management. Oh, Oh, okay. Well, what is... Okay. Now that you've captured Drezen, new options for the Crusade have become available to you. You can now construct buildings in forts and Drezen, issue decrees, and capture and investigate new regions. Both mercenary and trainable units will appear at the commander's headquarters in Drezen. The demon armies will try to take Drezen from you. Destroy them, or else, after 7 days of siege, Drezen will be completely blockaded by enemy forces, and you will no longer be able to command the Crusade. To access Crusade management, click the button in the bottom right corner of the screen on the global map. Developing each of the Crusade stats opens up new options that empower your armies and economy. Military focuses on drilling and training units. Recruit both trainable and mercenary units to improve the rank of your military stat. Logistics focuses on economy and construction. Constructs buildings to improve your rank of logistics. Diplomacy focuses on establishing contacts with mercenaries in foreign nations. Enhance the significance of the Crusade by earning resources of all types to improve the rank of your diplomacy. Leadership focuses on morale and army generals. Win battles and level up your generals to improve the rank of your leadership. Once the rank up requirements for one of the Crusader stats have been met, you will unlock the corresponding decree. Your military campaign will require 3 types of resources: finance points, material points, and energy points. Finance points are used for all the Crusade's various needs, but first and foremost they are needed to recruit units. Material points are used primarily for building. Energy points are used for recruitment of mythic units and the completion of certain decrees. You gain new resource points each day, prevailing over demon armies in battle, and constructing certain buildings increase the income of resources. You can also purchase the required resources with gold. Okay. Decrees. You can only have one of your decrees issued for each of the Crusade stats at any given time. Each decree has a cost and completion time. Some decrees can only be issued once, others have a repeat time, which is displayed in the decree description window. Your progress in Crusade management unlocks certain special decrees. A stat rank up decree becomes available upon meeting specific rank up requirements. A relic upgrade decree, which turns a relic into a powerful artifact for your party to use, becomes available when you obtain a suitable relic. Okay, this is a lot. This is a lot. Okay. Rank up. Okay. Development, economy, army, command, relics, other. Oh, that's a big map. Okay. Now you need your own infrastructure to hire trainable units, to recruit infantry, build the main barracks, to recruit range, to build the main shooting range, to recruit cavalry, build the main stables. You still have access to mercenary units. These arrive in Drezen every week. Base stats of mercenary units are better than those of trainable units, but mercenaries require more resources and can only be recruited as a group in its entirety. If you're not satisfied with the mercenaries, you can search for new units, blah blah blah. Okay. Okay. Oh, jeez. Hell Knights are pretty good to get more of. It is 4,000. Wait, we have... Okay, yeah, you have... Paladins. 2 paladins. 45 champions. Okay. These are mounted scouts, archers, and footmen. So we have these as extras now. God, this is gonna be a lot of figuring stuff out for a bit. Okay, so a group of officials from Nerosia is on its way to Drezen. They want to inspect how well the crusade is organized. What kind of welcome should they receive? And a Chalexian lord with an escort of battle slaves wishes to join the crusade, but many crusaders loathe slavery. They are asking the commander to free the thralls and banish the outlander. Okay, let's... Okay. Buy and free the slaves, accept the new troops, free the slaves by force. Or the path of the Azata thing. Okay, so... Crusade morale increases by 25, deducts 2,000 finance points. 4 battle slaves are recruited at the commander's headquarters. Crusade morale increased by 25, deducts 1,000 diplomacy experience points. Diplomacy experience points. Wait, how can I... Where can I see my... How can I see what we have? Oh, here. I think that's okay. I think that's okay to do. Free the slaves by force. The slave was shamed and banished, and the slaves were given freedom. The soldiers admired the commander's decision, but relations with Cheliax have soured. That's fine. Who needs good relations anyway? A group of officials from Nerosian. Okay, so what kind of welcome? Cold, lavish, show things as they are, bring the officials to the front lines. Okay, so cold is 4,000 leadership. Lavish is finance points, income increased. Show things as they are. Finance points, income increased, adds 3,000 diplomacy. So that's just better than lavish. Finance points, income increased by 30, adds 600 military. I'm just gonna show things as they are. That's what I would do. The officials were desperate to find some kind of fault, but found none, and begrudgingly admitted that the Crusaders organized expertly. They promised to increase support from the authorities. Nice. He passed the inspection. He did it. Okay. Rank up. Forming a staff council. One can command a small unit alone, but to manage an army one needs a staff council. Surrounded by experienced advisors, the commander will be able to make decisions affecting the life and morale of the entire army. Requires 1 day to solve. Forming a logistics council, diplomatic council. Maybe, so logistic will ensure there's no chaos in the army while the commander's attention is focused on the front line. I think that seems more important right now. We'll do that. We can only do one at a time, right? It's not like we can do another one at the same time. You can do one per stat. Oh, okay, so I can just do all of these. Is this... Oh wait, this is diplomacy, this is leadership, and this was... something else, right? I think. Or... oh no, wait, it says Yeah, okay. Yeah. So we can do all three. Yeah, it's logistics. I'm just dumb. it's just called logistics. Outpost to Bastion expansion. I mean, I don't have enough anyway, so even though another decree is being enacted, that's not something we could have done. Orders to Erebeth. Erebeth's breakdown, which occurred before the assault on Drezen, still haunts her mind. She should be reminded that she is, and always will be a hero in the eyes of soldiers by appointing her as commander of a small squad of crusaders. Unfortunately, because Erebeth is occupied as squad leader, her duties in the Crusades command have to be transferred to someone else. Yeah, I did take some forts, these. This is like a... Oh no, that's just an area, okay. Okay, so if I issue this decree, then that will take 7 days, but that's fine. And these we can't do until the diplomacy is done, but that will just be a day. Okay. Because it's just a day for the other ones, I wanted to get those out of the way. Just form the councils, you know? And then... I think that's it. That's all we can really do. I can, of course, go fight some demons with this army. I could also get some more archers. You know what? Wait, does that not... Okay, wait. So do I have to... I guess we have to move them out. Okay. This is a little bit finicky. That. And then you go back. Then this one. Oh, this one. Go here. And fuse with the other one. There we go. Pursue them. We won't let you flee, demons. No fleeing allowed. How rude. Very rude. They don't like my archers. Okay. That's fine. We'll just stand here for a bit. Oh, no, you can't. Okay. I'm really managing this wrong. It's fine. They're going to die anyway. We've got too many troops for them. There we go. So I guess the idea is that you slowly start to take over territory and stuff. Crusade management. Yeah. Okay, Oh. Braces of heavy hands. +3 bonus on damage rolls with the offhand weapon when dual wielding or wielding two-handed melee weapon. Ooh. Not bad. So, if I go to the map and go to Drezen, we already have buildings. So how do I construct new buildings? Is it just, do I enter? Enter? What? Or does that just, does it teleport me? What does it do? Oh, okay, no, it is, okay. Okay, I see. Interesting. Okay, that's a lot of... Okay. That's a lot of management. So you can do that for like every fort and thing, but also for Drezen itself. That's a lot. So there's like, this is already here. And then you can build arsenal. An arsenal provides a +1 bonus to AC for all trainable units in adjoining buildings. Only one arsenal can be built in each fort except Drezen. Interesting. Apothecary provides a +10% bonus to HP on all trainable units in adjoining buildings. Hospital provides a +5% bonus to infirmary size for all generals, which is pretty nice. Teleportation circle? Teleportation circle allows the commander's party to teleport to this fort from anywhere on the map. That is very nice, yeah. The shelter allows the commander's party to rest in the fort without increasing the effects of abyssal corruption. That's also pretty nice. Sanctuary increases energy points income by 4. I guess teleportation circle right now is probably... Actually, is that... Because we haven't gotten very far from Drezen yet, and we're probably not going to get far from that Drezen quickly, so I don't know. I guess I can... It will still take 5 days to be built, so I guess it's good to get it started. Where do I put it though? I guess it doesn't really matter. I'll just put it like here. A watchtower provides all allied units within the fort's area of control a +1 bonus to attack, AC, saving throws, and initiative. That's not bad either. Is that worth it? Actually, the hospital is pretty cheap as well. Considering that's a +5% bonus to infirmary size, that's not bad. Plus, having a hospital is probably a good thing, just overall. Let's do that. We'll just spend all of our things, you know? We'll get more. We'll get more, it's fine. We don't need money. Destroy all the demons. They're all stunned. That wasn't a lot of damage at all. Stabbers. There. After capturing Drezen, the Crusaders have raised the 3 morale banners on the city walls. The banner of victory stays green while you defeat demon armies. Each victory over demon army in Lands of Yath, Grey Road, Lake Lost to the Sun, and Winter Sun Lands region adds 6 days to the time the banner of victory stays green. The banner of conquest stays green while you capture demon forts. Each capture of a demon fort in Lands of Yath, Grey Road, Lake of Lost to Sun, and with some lands regions adds 30 days to the time of the banner of conquest stays green. Blah blah. The banner of defense remains green as long as none of your forts are under siege. Okay. Interesting. Defeating the horde of flying monsters swooping from the sky, many Crusaders got thinking that the battle tactics they know are not always suited to demon confrontation. With every new battle, the army gains invaluable experience, and soldiers are eager to learn, for their lives depend on it. Oh, you better be eager to learn. Okay, maybe... Do I go to this one? Club Rezu. Okay. Oh, I can't make it. That's fine. That's fine. So this army... Can I get a commander for this army? A general, rather. There we go. And blast. All units in the army gain +1 bonus to attack for 3 rounds. Blast dispels Bane. Yeah, let's do blast. Okay, I don't know about... Okay, we can probably go over here and try to stop that army. Okay, so we can't... Yeah, we can't have more than that. I don't know about the 2 paladins. Like, they seem pretty strong, but having only 2 is not that great. Okay. I guess... Are we... How... Wait, can I go out of this? How do I get out of this? Do I skip day? Is... Like, how does this work? Can I just... not do anything now? Can I not... Because we managed the crusade thing. What do I do now? Like... How do... Oh, here. There's a cross. Jeez, that was hard to see, actually. I was like, well, the X is not very visible. I... Oh god. Like, the most visible thing to me was the skip day button, which I was like, does that do anything? Does that help me? It didn't seem like it would. But since that was the most visible thing, I was like, sure. Maybe. No, tender touch is not better. Shut up, game. You don't know what's better. Being like, oh yeah, tender touch is much better. No, it's not. It's not. Like, yes, I have proficiency in it. I can use it, but I am better with scimitars. I'm literally focused on scimitars. Tender touch will give me the same as abrupt force does. Oh god. Game does not know anything. Okay, let's do the outside. Is this our chest? Yes! Our chest! Amazing. Why do you have this in the chest? Take that out, take those out. I'm just going to sell a bunch of like equipment that's not as good. And let's see. There's a book. Commander, the written word is a poor medium by which to convey my thanks, but it's the only one open to me at present. With this missive, I enclose a reward worthy of the leader of a victorious host, a cloak of a warrior of Iomade. But it and these words of praise are but a fraction of the accolades you deserve. The Crusader armies acted with skill and coordination. Drezen has been returned to us, as has the Sword of Valor. I am astonished by the reports of how the Holy Relic has changed. But I recognize that what truly matters is our victory. Your victory. May it be the first of many. Accept my valediction and thanks. I prayed for your success and I shall continue my prayers. In anticipation of a meeting in the near future, Galfrey. Okay. What's the other one I got? I got something else, didn't I? Oh, also severed heads, of course. That's no surprise. They're always there. Thought I got a different thing as well. Okay, well, I don't have much that I want to store right now. Oh, that's the closet, right. Okay, we can check the closet in a second. Of course, lost. At what point does the stash become a warehouse? Very quickly, I imagine. With how much loot I gather, really, really quickly. Okay, so what is this? We go to the wardrobe, we open it, and find ourselves in Narnia. Or something. Oh, hi? Is that a griffin? Oh, hippogriff. Sorry. My mistake. The spacious room is immersed in darkness, and the only source of light comes from a round table at its center. I wouldn't call it round. You know, it's hexagonal. I think that's a better term for it. I wouldn't call it round. The circle in the middle is round. It's a low poly circle, sure, okay. Yeah. If they heal for a fee, they aren't exactly friendly. Are businessmen friendly? Friendly, sure. Do they have your best interest in mind? Not generally, no. The strange visitor invited you here, sitting at the table along with several other humanoid figures and a hippogriff. They appear to be having an intense argument. Let us decide what we are going to do about the world wound, says a tall woman with the head of a lion. She's dressed in a white and gold robe, and her amethyst-colored eyes gleam as she turns her stern gaze upon those present. What are you all doing in my closet? Those sitting at the table are so engrossed in their debate that they pay no attention to you. Only the stranger who invited you to this meeting gives you a warm smile and gestures for you to come closer. Okay. A hippogriff wearing a shiny mithril breastplate emblazoned with Abadar's key bangs the table resolutely with its clawed foreleg. A shiny metal breastplate on a griffin? Nice. Hippogriff, rather. Again, made the same mistake. Typical old cob. Your visitor loves early. But you've suggested this about 700 times. Why, we can't just bring the army of axes there. Even if Abadar happens to allow it, all the other gods, not to mention the demonic and imperial lords, and perhaps even the eldest, all of them will want to take part in the brawl. The Whirlwind has expanded once, and this plan will stretch the hole between planes even wider than Nocticula's. Never mind. In short, the civilization you love so dearly will be pulverized into a bloody mess. Ugh. Holes, bloody messes, circles, banners. Why do you always need to say such horrible, nasty things? A dark-scaled Verdrani woman purses her lips. She is draped in yellow silk, and white flowers are nestled in her shiny black hair. Look at things with more optimism. Why are you so certain that this will happen? There's always a chance things might change for the better. We must not lose hope. I think I agree with Shadali. Even if representatives of the different external planes from heaven to hell do come to battle, it will be a great opportunity to sit them all down at the negotiating table. Then we can find a reasonable, peaceful solution to this old source of strife, as civilized beings should. I'm afraid, my dear Eritris, they wouldn't be in a mood to talk. Oh, look who's here. The tattooed man turns to you with a warm smile. Look, we have a guest. This is the one I told you about. Commander Mads, leader of the current crusade. Don't you think it's time to listen what the mortals have to say about this mess? Go on, speak. Share your opinion with us. We've been trying to overpower the demons without success. Maybe it's time to sit down at the negotiating table. That is a wise and well-considered suggestion. The lion-headed woman raises her finger approvingly. In the end, celestials and beasts are sitting at this table peacefully. Isn't this an example of the triumph of reason? Gathering the council is, of course, a great success. A pity it's our only success so far. In the length of time it took to say this short phrase, the creature at the table managed to change their sex, race, age, and eye and skin color several times. Anyway, let's return to our guest. As you can see, she is an extraordinary person. We should have invited the mortal to the council from the very beginning. They could have helped us see things from a different perspective. I feel like this is just... These guys are insane. These people are just insane, but they seem important in some way. Plus they have some kind of plane connected to my wardrobe for some reason. That requires some kind of power, at least. Perhaps you're right. After all, mortals dwell in close proximity to the Whirlwind and deal with it constantly. Maybe despite their, shall we say, narrow outlook on life, the mortal brain is capable of conceiving an idea worthy of consideration. What does it matter if she has ideas? Just look how cute she is. She'll be our lucky charm and bring us the good fortune we've been so sorely lacking. Yeah. Each chuckle from this shape-shifting creature sounds different from the last. Yes, we can already see that you've brought here for a reason. Over the last few years, our discussions have become somewhat repetitive. Well, mortals, welcome to the council. You must have questions. We are ready to enlighten you. They can kick your arse, that's why they're important. Probably, what does the council do? I convened the Council of Truth to... Wait, isn't this the Council of Deliverance? We voted and decided on the Council of Truth. No, we didn't. It was a tie. For the love of everything unholy, please, would you stop this already? You are confusing our dear guest. Mads, my sweet, this council, whatever its name is, has a single purpose. Finding a way to rid Galarian of the Whirlwind. The council was first convened shortly after the wound was opened, and judging by the fact that you will have to lead another crusade, it has not been very successful so far, but we are working on it. Sooner or later we'll triumph, or not. It depends on which version of the future you perceive. What have you accomplished? Well, we've discussed the situation thoroughly. Sounds about right, you know. Sounds about right. Who are you? The composition of our group, as you may have noticed, is rather varied. These two beautiful ladies are celestials, in fact. I'm not ashamed to say they are imperial lords. Eritris, an Agathian, is the patron of debate. She's the one who actually convened our council. Shadali, and Nazata, is the patron of serendipity. That's right. All points of view are represented on this council, no matter how hostile they are to one another, for this is the only way to achieve truth. The Abyss is represented on the council by the Demon Lord Sokoth Benos, with whom you're already familiar. Okay, so he's a Demon Lord. Nice, okay. Good to know. And another branch named Alikino speaks on behalf of Hell. He has failed to attend the meeting yet again. He must have some urgent matters to attend to. Oh. The Hippogriff proudly pounds its clawed foreleg against his mithril breastplate, which is adorned with Abadar's key. Our eloquent friend is named Cobblehoof and represents Axis, and we are... The shape-shifting creature smells with lips that change color by the seconds. We are Shika, the many, the eldest from the First World. We can't say we speak on behalf of the entire Fey world, but we can't say the opposite either. Where am I? The Council Chamber. This is a small demi-plane, a kind of room outside of all worlds. Oh. Yes, I was just about to say, kindly given to us by Abadar's attendants from his collection. Sokoth Benos has turned your closet into a permanent portal. We'll be glad to see you at any time, although I can't promise you'll encounter all the council members every time you show up. I encourage you not to miss the meetings. Okay, so he made it a permanent portal. Great. Now where am I supposed to store my clothes? What do I do with those? I guess I put it in my storage chest. That seems to be endless anyway. In the port of destination, where does it go? It goes here. It goes to this room. I guess I can put my clothes there. I don't know if they would mind. It's their fault you need to? Yeah, I guess so. Why did you ask me to join the council? We have a common goal. Just like us, you wish to overcome the world wound, and have already achieved some success. Sokoth Benos is right. It is more appropriate for your voice to be heard on this council. We don't expect you to serve up a solution to us on a silver platter. For now, I simply brought you here to introduce you to the council and to bring you, so to speak, into our circle. Wonderful vibrations emanate from you. I feel our fate turning for the better. With a lucky charm like you, we simply cannot help but win. Okay, I have no more questions. In that case, this meeting is adjourned. Matt, welcome to our inner circle. I recommend that you talk to each member of the council informally in a more relaxed setting. When it's time for a new meeting, we will notify you. Sokoth Benos' penetrating stare seems to see straight through you, into your very soul. The Demon Lord chuckles as if he heard a good joke. I'm so glad we met. Yes, indeed. All these years I've been looking for someone just like you. Now that you're on the council, the things we are going to do. Sokoth Benos' enthusiasm is contagious. You feel free, playful, and unstoppable, capable of changing the world. The feelings float up from the depths of your soul like bubbles from champagne. Okay. Wait, where's my dog? Is my dog not allowed in the council chamber? Sad. Very sad. Okay. There you are. You see a dark-skinned, middle-aged Vildrani woman dressed in yellow silk. White flowers decorate her long black hair. Her cheeks dimple as she smiles. We are so lucky you've managed to find us. Would you like a cookie? I made them myself. Eat a cookie. Nice. The sweet, fragrant cookie melts in your tongue. The taste of the unfamiliar spices lingers in your mouth like a gentle, sunny morning, filling you with hope and joy. Those are some good cookies. Are you sure it's just a cookie? And there's nothing, like, in there? I hope not. Cobblehoof brings bad luck to the council because it doesn't believe in it. I feel negative vibrations coming from him. Wait, why are we bad-mouthing the hippogriff? Why would we do this? Why would we be like the hippogriff is actually bad luck? You know, it's bad juju. Why? What are your thoughts on the world wound? A terrible calamity. It is our duty to fix it. The Vidrani raises her plump dark fists and thin bracelets cling together delicately on her wrists. We haven't succeeded yet, but you will definitely bring us luck. Okay. The lion-faced woman gives you a stern glance. Her amethyst eye seems to pierce right through your soul. So we can just start fights for some reason. For this one, it's Sokos Banos. So he told me he joined the council just so he could get under your skin. Why would we have them fight each other? I'm just not sure why that would be a thing. You were the one who convened the council? Yes, many have tried to solve the problem of the world wound with weapons, and none have succeeded. I decided to try another way and do what no one has tried before. Resolve everything through peaceful negotiations. And how successful has your method been? The lion-headed woman pauses for a moment to think, but then answers in a voice filled with unshakable confidence. Up until now, there have been a few successes, but we keep trying. The truth always comes out sooner or later. What are your thoughts on the world wound? It's a terrible mistake. An aberration in the world order. As with any mistake, it runs the risk of becoming fatal if it isn't fixed in time. And as with any mistake, it can be corrected if the truth that refutes its existence is discovered and made public. The Council is working on finding this truth, and although the truth has eluded us thus far, we keep trying. I only hope we reach our goal before the damage from the world wound becomes irreversible. Wait, it can be corrected if the truth that refutes its existence is discovered and made public. So, they're searching for a truth about the world wound being impossible, and then it will be fixed? Or something? That's a little bit vague. This is a nice room though. They've got some statues. So, a harp.
Onwards.
Not bad. Okay, Sokos Banos. The creature's eyes are black voids, and his gaze holds the promise of both incomparable pleasure and endless suffering. He puts a thin finger, its black nail carefully manicured, up to his pierced lips and smiles suggestively. Well, are you glad you accepted my invitation? I, for one, am happy to see you here. Why did you invite me? You can be sure that I have plans for you, but now is not the time. When the moment comes, I will share them with you, and I'm certain you will like what I have in mind. For now, though, go mingle. I did introduce you into high society of a sort. What are your thoughts on the world wound? On the one hand, it's a disgusting monstrosity, meaningless carnage. So many boys and girls, mortals and demons, who could be making love to one another or hacking off each other's heads instead. On the other hand, for a moment, Sokos Banas' usual playful expression disappears from his face, as if the question has reminded him of something unpleasant. Stammering, he finishes quickly. On the other hand, the more chaos, the more opportunities. So the world wound is a source of opportunities for what? Let's set this conversation aside for now, all in good time. Sokos Banas's face darkens for a moment, but then with visible effort he fixes his charming smile back into place, and the playful note returns to his voice. I'll make sure you don't miss anything interesting, I promise. Okay. Cobblehoof, let's talk. Mighty despite its years, the hippogriff in the mithril breastplate looks down his beak at you. He gazes at you with the wise eyes of a veteran officer. What are your thoughts on the world wound? The hippogriff growls as he pretends to put something into his foreleg and then mimes crushing it with his claw. Okay, fair. Tell me about yourself. The hippogriff pounds his breastplate loudly and straightens to attention, as if on parade. His breastplate is adorned with the holy symbol of Abadar, and he's obviously proud to serve his god. Indeed, he appears to have a high-ranking position among the god's faithful. Yeah, that's good. And you? The creature that stands before you is constantly changing. It's like an avatar of Abadar, apparently. Constantly changing, and only their basic humanoid shape remains the same. Their race, skin color, gender, and age are all shifting continuously, as if you're not looking at a single person, but a whole series of people constantly replacing one another. Hello, Commander. We were very interested to see you. Tell me about yourself. We are Sheikah. Sheikah the Many, they call us. We bear the title of the eldest. You can consider us a deity of the Fey world if you wish. This is not true, but we do not mind. As for what interests us, let's say we do not find it necessary to walk in step with time. Why are you constantly changing? Everything is changing. Or more precisely, everything is eternal and unchanging, and perhaps it is only from the perspective of mortal observation that it changes. Do not be offended, but it is difficult to explain to a creature who lives only in one time, sees only one present, and thinks that they are moving towards one future at a constant speed. Let's say that the way we appear to you may give a vague idea of how you and your world appear to us. Okay, what are your thoughts on the world wound? The wound itself holds no particular interest for us. It's just a rift between planes. This world has seen worse troubles. What's really interesting is all the ways in which it will and won't be closed, and all the yous that will have a chance to perform this feat. Don't you find it boring to live your life knowing the entire past, present, and future of every possible timeline? An amazing question. Of course, an existence in which we observe all the possible versions of the past and the future at the same time, as if we're some kind of unchanging crystal, would be deadly dull. Actually, when we all allow mortals to view our archives, they usually kill themselves out of boredom when they finish reading. Have you ever heard of a lich named Darakath? Or did he not exist in your time? He was such a bore, or will he be? Or will he not be? Well, it doesn't matter anyway. Fortunately, we have an escape. Out of all the blessings granted to mortals, we have kept our forgetfulness and absent-mindedness for ourselves. Whenever we have only a faint idea of this time. Instead of looking wistfully at all times at once, we only recall them as necessary, and thus we are always interested. Well, that's good. It's a good way to go about it. Give yourself only part of the knowledge required. Or the knowledge that's required, not the full knowledge. Yeah. If you exist outside time, it means you already know the answer to all the questions. Why don't you just tell the council all they need to succeed? We know many answers, that is true, but you have no idea how difficult it is to watch the possibilities, time flows, and parallel branches of reality. What is true in one of them can be wrong in another. Imagine what could happen if we get things mixed up and give the answers that don't belong in the world in which you live. It would be terrible confusion. An entire reality might collapse. So don't ask us, we don't do that anymore. Will I close the world wound? Yes and no, it's all up to you. We won't influence your choice. As it happens, we don't care which of the possible paths you will take, because we see them all. Okay. We aren't saying goodbye. Well, great. It was nice meeting you, I guess. Interesting. This is a lot of information. Okay.
Move out.
Okay. Streets. Okay. There we go. Okay.
Head on.
Okay, I guess we'll go over here. Because I want to talk to Darren as well. I'll
I
walk
lead,
past Darren.
you follow.
Oh, no, there he is. You know what? Darren asks, not bothering to greet you properly. I've noticed a certain cyclical pattern in my life ever since I met you. First, something happens that leaves me positively intrigued. Then I descend into the depths of fear and anger. Then I start to think that it's not so bad. The curiosity comes back, and then something even more dreadful occurs. The demons attacking my home and the city around it was unpleasant enough already, but I thought I could compensate for that by striking up a curious acquaintance and having some new experiences. Then my dearest cousin threw me right into the middle of the crusade, and just when I started to see some positives in my current situation, gargoyles kidnapped me. The slaughter in Drezen following my triumphant rescue effectively put out every spark of optimism that I had managed to gather. Now the city is in our hands again, and it's getting more and more tolerable to stay here. I feel surprisingly good, and I'm even beginning to find the city rather enjoyable. This brings one very reasonable question to my mind. What is the next outrageous and dangerous mess you're going to pull me into? Okay. I have a couple more perilous trials and insurmountable challenges in store just for you. Does this list include the ordeal known as the trial of the cold oatmeal? If not, then there's nothing to be afraid of. And if you think I've just shown you my weak spot, then you're wrong. It was deliberate misinformation. Okay, Darren. You do you.
Onwards.
Okay. Melanie doesn't have anything to say. There's loot here. Arcane Weaver. Okay. It's time to sell. This is going to be a lot of money. Okay. God. This might take a bit just to sort everything out. Piercer or double axe. Oh, right, okay. Oh, okay, I see. So if I do non-magical... Wait, does it sell... I imagine it just sells non-magical gear then, right? It's not like it's gonna sell everything that's not magical, including like, I don't know, other stuff. And then masterwork? Does that also, does it then just sell? Right. Ah, okay. Okay, that's really good. Yeah, that helps a lot. Okay. I still have to check what all of these are though. Because the lower magical items I will still sell. Like this one. Those. This as well, I think. And this. +2 bonus to dexterity and constitution. Okay, pretty good. There's a bunch of stuff. Okay. I don't think I want to sell these necessarily. Can I sell the severed heads, or at least yeah, well, let's get rid of the severed heads. We don't want them. They'll probably return soon enough, but do you think the merchant will mind that we just gave him some severed heads as part of the deal? Yeah, if you buy my stuff, I will give you some severed heads as well. Just as part of the deal. Great, right? Whenever the wearer of this robe uses a divine power to summon a creature, they can choose to give these creatures attacks either holy or unholy special quality, okay? +4 bonus to CMD against disarm attempts. Okay, so that's to protection. Whenever the wearer of this cloak channels energy to harm undead, for the next 2 rounds they become surrounded with a fire shield that deals 1d6 plus character level fire damage to the attackers for each successful melee attack against the wearer. That's not bad. These braces grant the wearer +3 enhancement bonus on attack and damage rolls whenever the wearer is polymorphed. Ooh. I don't have a polymorph character, but that sounds pretty good. Got so many scrolls. Okay, this merchant has a lot. Okay. Okay. Well. Jewelry trader. It's a +2 to the DC for all saving throws against mind-affecting abilities used by the wielder. It also grants a +4 morale bonus on saving throws against mind-affecting and compulsion effects. Okay, brace of armor +5, ring of protection. Goggles of Pure Sight. Goggles allow their wearer to take 20 on the next dispel magic attempt once per day. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Wait, is the storyteller here? No, I don't see him. I need to find the storyteller. So let me check the quest right now. Heart of Mystery. Okay, there's a bunch of stuff. Storyteller. Wait for events to unfold. Woljif fled, but even tiefling as slippery as him cannot hope to survive long in the Worldwood on his own. Perhaps the commander will see Woljif again before she has time to misascend the stream of inane chatter. Yeah, I want to see him again. He's great. Okay, talk to Social. And this is about the statues and Nenio. I'm already doing this, I think. Yeah, this is the thing I did. It will take 7 days though. Dragon Hunt, talk to the bounty hunter in the tavern. Okay. Scout out the ravine southwest or send a scouting party. Okay. This is all pretty standard stuff. Except exotic weapons provider. Yeah, okay. I can't use any of those. I don't know if any of you can. It doesn't look like it. Unless, wait. Does it actually show properly? I don't know. Yeah, it does. Okay. So I guess none of them really have exotic weapon proficiency. Or specific ones. Okay, well. Not really useful for me then. Will cigars. Are you going to manage the fortress now? No way, Commander. The quartermaster throws up his hand. Not in a million years. I can manage an expedition just fine, but running a fortress is a different kettle of fish. That's enough work to make a man's head explode. Which is why they sent us an expert from Nerosian. Her name is Dorgelinda Stranglehold. That's the name, okay. I've seen how she handles things. She knows what she's about, that one. Yomade, bless her. She'll be managing the fortress, and I'll be taking care of the soldiers just like I've been doing. I feel like having someone named Stranglehold take control of a fortress is not the best idea, but maybe that's just me. I guess I shouldn't judge by name, right? Okay, this is just standard stuff. Ooh, wait. No, there are some magical things. Powerful pummel. Whenever this +3 Earthbreaker confirms a critical hit, all creatures in a 10-foot range have to pass a Fortitude saving throw, DC 23, or be pushed away for 10 feet and become prone for 1 round. Nice. Tight grip of anguish. Okay. None of this I really need, but they're good. They're good. Okay, Social is over there. So let's go over here. Also, there's loot. Ember is bobbing her head and humming a tune. She greets you with a carefree, cheerful smile. Her wandering eyes linger on you for just a moment before darting off again into the distance. Good afternoon, Commander. How can I help you? Did you think about what the Hell Knight told you? Yes, Social shakes his head. Another dead end. I still know nothing. How could Trevor have parted with his shield? Can't imagine. You must believe in your brother. If he gave away this shield, it means he had a good reason. I do believe it, I do, but what could have made him part with our family relic? You know, it's not only the Hell Knight who told me the truth. Nytirabate refused to tell me anything about my brother's fate while I was serving in Canabras, but after these events she finally broke her silence, and the thing she told me... Social shakes his head. That he was a good fighter, but a terrible knight, and an utterly worthless paladin. He became more and more cruel as time went on, and started caring more about destroying the enemy than protecting the innocent. He gushed over Prelate Holren and his witch hunts. Eventually the goddess's patience wore thin. When he beat up some poor fellow for blasphemy, Shelyn took away Trevor's power. That was a huge blow for him. He left the city, asking only that his disgrace be kept a secret from his family. That was why Irabeth didn't say anything earlier. Brother, my brother. But how? He's always been kind, merciful. Where could this cruelty have come from? What do you think about your brother's fate now? I can't wrap my head around what I've learned. It's as if we're talking about a different person altogether. How could he? Why did he give his shield to that she-devil in black armor? Oh, don't call her a she-devil, you liked her. Or at least she gave her life to protect you, you know? You can't just call her a she-devil. That's just rude. Oh, Shelyn, let this all be a mistake. Well... I guess... Nothing else to say there?
Head on!
Okay, Sierra and Morvag are here. Can the other Bright Crusaders be of service to you, Commander? Morvag, keep it to yourself. If you keep interrupting your elders, you'll be mucking out the stables for a week. A dark-eyed young man who looks like a typical Khalid greets you politely. He casts a deferential look to Sierra, his mentor standing next to him. A simple straw figure in the shape of a wolf hangs from the boy's neck. How can I help you, Commander? What do you think of Sierra? The boy looks at the old man standing next to him with sincere gratitude. He's got a big heart. He picked me up, gave me food and clothes, took me on as an apprentice. Although I was no one to him, you know, us vagabonds don't often come across generosity like that. Sierra is kind to me, but my master's nature is too soft. He doesn't understand that it's impossible to keep your soul pure when you fight demons. We Calids of Sarkoris have learned this bitter truth. We know that any means are justified for fighting demons, but Shiar can't see that we're right. We've paid for the privilege of hindsight with the sea of blood and the loss of our homeland. Well, I have to go. I don't want to talk about the loss of your homeland, thank you very much. Are you aware of my special powers, Horgus? Horgus grunts with displeasure. You even have those. When I first heard the rumors, I thought that you would learn how to fly or incinerate people with your eyes or something like that. And now that I see you, looks like cantrips to me. There are lots of preposterous rumors about you circulating around the city. They say that Lady Luck favors you in a special way, that no matter what nonsense you say or do, you always come out on top. This does indeed sound like a useful skill, if you're the ringmaster of a traveling circus, that is. In my opinion, a true marshal needs something more impressive. Well, fuck you then, Orgus. You don't even know how good being lucky is. like always somehow coming out on top no matter what you do is insane as an ability. A short, chubby tiefling with a golden eye patch spits chewing tobacco between his feet and takes another pinch from his tobacco box adorned with jewels. A fine day to you, Commander. Welcome to the One-Eyed Devil's trading house. His proud manner suggests each word begins with a capital letter and perhaps even continues in capital letters as well. Okay, isn't that a risky name for a store for crusaders? Ah yes, a week doesn't go by without some dimwit boiling over. Well, they don't pay me to explain the difference between allies and enemies, devils and demons, Lord Asmodeus and all the riffraff like Baphomet and Discari, so they can go hang. The tiefling spits between his feet and swiftly places another pinch of chewing tobacco in his mouth. Here's what I think. You like it, you buy it. You don't like it, keep moving. If you're spoiling for a fight, take yourself off to a tavern. Show me your wares. Oh, okay. He's got some ingredients. That band of alluring charisma +4. It's not bad. Infiltrator's armor. +5 stealth. Okay. Ooh, expert lockpicks. You know what? I'll get 2 more of these because they are very useful. Adamantine scale mail. Probably not worth it. Okay. Okay, there's an inn, there's jewelry artisan. I'm getting hungry. It is almost 6, so that makes sense. Artisan. There's a gold golem. Hi. Welcome to the shop of Derek Sunhammer, the finest jewelry in all of Mendev. True artistry crafted by the master himself and his apprentices. Take a look. Okay. Nothing amazing that I'm like, oh yeah, that I need. Oh, not a bad shop you've got.
I lead, you follow.
Then there's a tavern. Hi, the tavern keeper. The boy sitting on the counter looks about 18. He salutes you with dignity, though his eyes scarcely rise from the tavern's ledger. The Knight Commander at my establishment. What an honor. My name's Faikito. I'm the owner of the half measure. How should I address you? I ask because some don't like my undue familiarity, while others scoff at the tediousness of ceremony and titles. You can call me the Armored Armadillo for all I care. Your commanderness, are you sure? I'm gonna remember that, you know? I'm absolutely sure. Out of respect for the whims of the hero of Drezen, the Armadillo it is. Nice. What do you have on offer? What's this? Goggles grant the wearer a +10 competence bonus on perception checks. Whenever the wearer confirms a critical hit with any bow, the target becomes disoriented for 1d4 rounds, suffering a -4 circumstance penalty to initiative checks, attack rolls, athletics, and perception checks. That is very good, actually. Okay, I think I'll buy those. Those are some good goggles. I don't think there's anything else I want to get rid of right now. Maybe this. Yeah. Okay, so Wendewag. Where are they? Are they down? Am I blind? I'm probably blind. Yeah, I'm absolutely blind. Okay, there they are. Never mind. Oh, look at those shades. Looking cool, Wendewag. Oh, now you get a plus 23 perception. Is that better than mine? It's close. I have plus 25. It's close. But yeah, it's more about the critical effect thing. Because that is quite good. Okay, social, you just get whatever you get. And mythic, boundless healing, sure. There you go. Nenio. Elemental focus fire, sure. Crushing despair and shadow evocation. Improved abundant casting. You can cast 4 more spells per day. Okay, great. Stigmatized witch. Those. Plus 2 bonus on all knowledge and lore skill checks. Not sure about that. Spell penetration, I think. Hold person. Ray of exhaustion? Maybe, no. Stinking cloud is just going to be annoying. Remove disease. And then volcanic storm. Chunks of hot volcanic rock and clumps of ash pound down when the spell is cast, dealing 3d6 points of bludgeoning damage and 2d6 points of fire damage to every creature in the area. This damage only occurs once when the spell is cast. For the remaining duration of the spell, heavy ash rains down in the area. Creatures inside take a -4 penalty on perception skill checks, and the entire area is treated as difficult terrain. Okay. 40 foot burst. Pretty good. And then you can get abundant casting as well, I think. That's just a pretty good one to get overall. Yeah, okay. And you... Actually, go back. I want to level up first. That and that. You get... Deft hands? Nah. Probably not worth doing that. Mounted combat. Okay. That is actually really good. Not for her, but for the people who do have mounts. I mean, I could start getting outflank on everyone. Just because me and the dog already have it, so... Everyone can just start outflanking. Stealthy, final strike. I don't know. Dazzling display. Deceitful. No, I don't know what to do with this. Honestly, maybe something like Deceitful is for the best. I don't know. Probably isn't worth it. But I don't know what else to take. Maybe just improved initiative, maybe lunge, I don't know. It doesn't really matter as well. I guess let's just go for outflank, because why not? I've got nothing else to do with it, so... And then... Sure, we'll do Thundering Blows, because why not? I think that's just gonna be a lot of the time my my reasoning. Why not? Why not? It's good enough reasoning overall, because it gets me actually playing the game instead of just doing management. I don't know, management is part of the game, but it's really boring. Before you stands a dwarf. He has stern, rugged features and looks to be well armed. He fills his pipe with tobacco from Garland, lights it and blows out a cloud of smoke. Finally, he addresses you in a deep, dignified voice. You tried to kill that huge demon at the Battle of Drezen, but you failed. What happened?
Yes, that was a failure.
It was supposed to be a clean job. An anonymous client, a worthy target, a substantial fee. But the client insisted that I use an enchanted dagger they provided. I was assured that a single hit would be enough to finish the job, but it didn't work as expected. It was a serious blow to my reputation. And my reputation is everything to me.
I want to hire you for a dragon hunt.
A large adult female? The one that's been snatching people and carrying them off? I've heard about her. That's an impressive target. I can take this job, but only if we do it soon. I'm expecting a new assignment from my regular client, and I'll have to leave as soon as I have the orders. And of course, you should know that this dragon will not come cheaply. 2,500 gold, paid in advance.
Okay. 2,500? Sure, I'll pay. Here you go.
Excellent. Let's get down to business. It's no easy thing to take down a dragon when you don't have wings, so you'll need to follow my lead. The best thing would be to catch her by surprise in her lair, but we need to find it first. Of course, since she doesn't leave tracks, that might be tricky, but I think I have a solution. We need to go west of Drezen, to the Grimwood Forest.
Okay.
The dragon's been seen there often. According to the scouts, this is likely because there's still some wild game left in those parts. We'll set up an ambush there.
Ambush the dragon?
I hope I can rely on your honesty. I understand that on our way to the dragon, there may be other fights or places we need to visit for various reasons. That's to be expected. However, should I see that you are deliberately delaying the contract, or that you're dragging me off to assault some demon citadel instead of going after the dragon, we will have to revise the terms of our agreement.
That's fair. That's fair. He wants to get it dealt with. That's fair. Oh wait, he actually... No. Oh no, he's here. Okay. He's just early on. He's a slayer. That makes sense. 22 strength, pretty good. He's got sneak attack and stuff. Okay, so what have you got? Ring of protection +1. Amulet of natural armor +1. Studded leather +2. I mean, this is just a better version of... Oh no, wait, this is medium. Never mind, it's hide armor, not studded. I misread. I mean, this one is better, but... Belt of giant strength +4. Not bad. He's got war axes. Wait, do I have war axes? A battle axe. This is hand axe and throwing axe. I don't think I have a war axe. I do have a hand axe. Oh wait, that's a hand axe as well. It's not as good. Okay. But he does seem to be pretty good overall. Right. Anyone else in here that I want to meet? Just Grey Warren to Tavern Keeper, okay. Makes sense. Let's leave. God, the whole management part of this and walking around the base and getting this all set up and talking to everyone. It's taking so long. It's taking so long. There's the prison. There's the inn as well, where we could still do something. There's a temple.
Onwards.
Oh my god. Okay, I guess we'll check it out. Oh.
Got it.
Ronald Keller told this my brothers and me on his deathbed, and then he died, and no one knows but us. I know this is their sacred forest. They prayed in the meadow of the spirits. Shamanistic relics, you say? A big treasure, it sounds like a lie. Everything was collected, carried away, and buried in that cave. We're talking treasure? The scouts say a bear lives in those forests, a terrible one, and there must be magic guards in the cave. That's why we suggest you come with us. We'll split the treasure equally. Okay, so there's something in the meadow of the spirits, I guess. So, the experiment. Nanny gestures excitedly. I will need some supplies for this one. Girl, please bring me a bottle of alcohol. Any will do. And please hurry up. Science can wait. Can't wait. Okay, what kind of experiment? This will be an experiment of a personal nature. Nanny seems sheepish, but no less exciting for that. Mark my words. Why would you need alcohol? I've already told you it's for an experiment. Hurry up and bring it to me. Okay, I brought you a bottle. Nanny snatches the bottle out of your hands and stares at it with all the covetousness of a seasoned alcoholic. Here it is. My path to learning the true values of humanity from the perspective of the lowliest man on the streets. She produces a corkscrew from her sleeve and looks at it in bafflement, then at the bottle, then at the corkscrew again, after which she hands the bottle back to you. Open it! The experiment definitely won't work if you don't open it. Oh my god. Do you always carry a corkscrew up your sleeve? Don't be preposterous. But I'm always meticulous when it comes to preparing for my experiments. I plan for every eventuality. Alright, I admit it. That's not true. But I have truly prepared for this particular experiment. Fine, let's get started. I'm taking a huge risk with this experiment. I'm putting my reputation, my good name, and even my future on the line. With the help of this bottle, I will lower myself to the level of the average man on the street. And I will try to understand the mentality of someone wholly devoid of intelligence. Oh no. You surely know, maybe even from my personal experience, that alcohol dampens mental activity and is from personal experience, not my personal, yeah. That alcohol dampens mental activity and is a catalyst for stupidity. With a brain like mine, alcohol is the only way to find out how it feels to be an idiot. Well, let's begin. With the steely resolve of a warrior going to his last battle, Nenio takes a big gulp straight from the bottle. Wow. That's disgusting. After she overcomes the urge to vomit, she looks at you with teary eyes. How do you all drink this? I am doing this. For the sake of science. Another gulp. That should be enough. Now, am I stupid yet? Quick, ask me something smart. How many heroic acts did Iomade perform? 11, of course. She did all manner of things. Turned her cloak into a bridge, created a powerful artifact out of nowhere using just her broken sword and a bit of prayer, and even talked some undead into throwing himself upon the sword. By the way, did you know that if you question the authenticity of the acts in the center of Iomade's cathedral in Erosion, you can get a boot-shaped bruise right in the lower of your back? It would seem I'm not drunk enough yet. Ninu takes another swig from the bottle. Right. It seems to be working. Now, I need to come up with an idea right now. I usually have a ton of ideas. Let's see. Now, Discari and Baphomet. Their anti-Crusader alliance is not effective enough. They need to unite their forces on a physical level. Baphomet needs to mount Discari and invite him into battle. 2 on 1. 2 in 1. Yes, the experiment was successful. I am definitely drunk. She takes another gulp from the bottle to confirm her, to further confirm her condition. Okay. How does it feel to be drunk for the first time in your life, from a scientific point of view? Terrific. I have definitely become more stupid. More than that, I'm as dumb as a box of rocks, and right now I don't give a rat's ass about science. Wait, I think I've got it. That's how men on the street see science. They don't give a rat's ass about it. Who cares how many heroic acts Iyomide performed? 1 million or not a single one? Iyomide is over there. Nanu stays with a vague wave of her hand, whereas the ball is right here where it belongs. Oh no. Did we make her an alcoholic? I hope you're satisfied. Incredible. My intellect never stood a chance in its battle with alcohol. And what is most striking, this fact doesn't bother me at all. It feels like all the thoughts in my head just went poof and disappeared. My thirst for knowledge, my desire to prove myself, they're all gone. My mind is so calm. It's actually a little frightening. I simply must describe this condition for my encyclopedia, but I'll get to that later. I just don't feel like it right now. You're not going to drink like a fish from now on, are you? What? Of course not. How could you think that about me? Me, the greatest scientist of modern times? Nenu licks her lips with intense concentration. Fine, maybe. A little bit. Sometimes. No more than once a year. I don't even know one sees me. I've got a reputation to maintain. Congratulations. Now what? That's it for now. The experiment was a success. Just a moment Nenu stares at you with glazed eyes, shakes her head and exhales loudly. When she meets your gaze again, her eyes are crystal clear. Alright, I'm fine now. What was that? What was what? A moment ago you were drunk as a skunk and now all of a sudden you're stone cold sober? Is that so? Neo looks at the bottle in her hand, thoughtfully licks her lips and nods. It seems that is indeed what happened. Clearly I decided to forget the incident entirely, because I no longer need this information. What I need now is to write an article for the encyclopedia about the influence that alcohol has on an individual's mind. So you can simply forget we're drunk and sober up just like that? I have simply blocked the deleterious effects of alcohol from my mind. To put it in basic terms, I just forgot I'd consumed alcohol. The mechanism is similar to the one that I used to get rid of irrelevant memories. It's not overly complicated if you know how to do it. Right. You could just be sober, you know, just forget you drank alcohol. Easy. Boom. Did it. Your abilities are amazing. What? What are you talking about? Alright, happy I could help. On behalf of future generations, I formally thank you for your assistance in this momentous experiment. This is the whole thing of just BX? Yeah, but it actually works for her as well. Where she's just like, just forget, you know, just forget everything. No problem. Are you sure you really want to meet the mysterious entity we know nothing about? I am sure. I am convinced. Think about all the knowledge hidden there. In the emptiness, it seems that to me that this event is certain to be my triumph. The experiment of the century. No, of the millennium. She looks away. Or maybe it will become my downfall, a complete fiasco. Here's the deal. If the mysterious entity decides to gobble me up, run as fast as you can while it's distracted. Tell all of Galarian about the heroic death of its greatest daughter. Tell them she perished, but that she never strayed from the thorny road to knowledge. Nanny sniffs and wipes a tear from her eye. Okay, I'll remember that. Do you know anything about a Pathfinder named Finian Dismar? Miller rubs his chin. Let me think. Dismar. I've definitely heard the name before. Of course you have. I'm a Pathfinder too. So you're the chief in these lands now. What about Lady Ori? When I left for the wound, she had just taken up the position. Miller examines the talking weapon and chuckles sadly. I'm afraid Ori perished during the Third Crusade. Yes, now I remember. Finian Dismar went missing in the wound at the time of the Second Crusade. His name has been on the list of the fallen for a while. Here I am, alive and well. Write in your list that I'm back, and soon I'll file a detailed report about everything that happened to me. Vivian's voice is full of joy. I knew it was a misunderstanding, but now everything will return as normal. I need to write to my folks. They probably think I'm dead too. Yellow shakes his head sadly. Poor lad. But such is the fate of a Pathfinder. We face the unknown, but sometimes the unknown wins. And our might cannot take it. Okay, well... Great. Oh god, I need to... I need a break. I need to have some food. It's been 6.5 hours. I think we've done enough today. There we go. At least I managed to kind of catch up after yesterday, since I didn't actually play much. Have I saved the world? No, it's not enough. Well, that's too bad. That's too bad, because we are stopping. I'm sorry. I will send you over to Combat, who is playing some V Rising. He's got a community server set up, as far as I'm aware, so maybe you can join as well. I don't know. If he just allows anyone to join, but either way, go say hi to Combat, send some love over there, and yeah, just stay cozy. You know, have a good Sunday. I will go have some pizza, and we'll be back on Tuesday with Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, so hopefully I'll see you then. Have a good one, and yeah, stay cozy. I don't know what else to say. Have a good one. Bye bye. Bye bye.